We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top. That's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece. Oh my gosh.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go. I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Karina's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, queen h1. Unstoppable mate on h1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making, I'm making a place. Get money too and I'm winning the race. Pick up the pace.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen! Queen is done.
1 second, she's got to move.
Oh no.
No way.
Pick up the pace. Pick up the pace.
Hello and welcome to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and it's quarter-final time. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's going to be so much fun as well as riveting to be commenting the action alongside Grandmaster Benjamin Bock. Benjamin, are you looking forward to this absolutely nerve-wracking, fast-paced event?
Yeah, no, for sure. We had a lot of fun in the round of 16, but today it's going to be even better because right now we have the quarterfinals. And Ivanka, we have some very exciting matchups today.
Absolutely. It's quarterfinal time. Only 8 players remain. So let's check out the bracket as brought to you by Julius Baer, the official wealth management partner of the CCT and the WSCC. So here we can see these are the players, and we're going to be focusing on the left side. First up, it's the match highlighted in red. So let's zoom in and take a look. Hou Yifan against Polina Shrivalova. Benjamin, well, what can we expect from this match, do you think?
Yeah, I think Hou Yifan definitely a favorite. She is probably the best, second best female player of all time, just behind Judith Polgar. Extremely strong player. I thought she was pretty convincing in the round of 16 against Anastasia Bonaruk. I felt like in that match, she let the match slip perhaps a little bit when it was already won, but it was a very convincing match by her. Shrivalova won a close match against Zhongyi, but didn't look as convincing, so I definitely have to give the edge to Hou Yifan here.
Yes, and of course, it's not the only match today. Later on, we will see Alexandra Kosteniuk, former Women's World Champion, playing off against Indian talent Vaishali. What do you think about that one?
I think that's going to be an extremely close affair. Really a battle between experience and youth. Kosteniuk being the more experienced player here. Vaishali, I think she's 23 years old if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, that one is going to be very close. Kosteniuk, she's extremely competitive, always does well in these online events. So that's going to be a coin flip.
Absolutely. And well, we've had Benjamin's thoughts on the matches, but we've also had some stats run by Smarter Chess Predictions, and there you can see this has been compiled by Matt Jansen from Smarter Chess, and Hou Yifan does have the edge over Polina Shrivalova. Now, what do you think about these particular numbers, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, I think Hou Yifan is definitely the favorite in this matchup. Polina definitely has a chance as well. I think Polina's best chances might be in the 1+1 portion. That's where Hou Yifan slipped up a little bit against Anastasia Bonaruk. I think she lost that segment by quite a margin. And I think that's also where Polina made the comeback in her matchup against Zhongyi. So we'll see how this will play out.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting for sure, because we also have to remind ourselves, 4-time former Women's World Champion Hou Yifan, she's there on the left. She's facing Polina Shrivalova. Now, Polina also has a lot of achievements to her name. She's been a former World Girls Champion. She's also winner of the 2023 I'm Not a GM Speed Championship hosted here by Chess.com. And there we can see she's getting ready as she prepares to fight it out against a legend. And there we see Hou Yifan. She's getting ready. She's two-time WSCC winner. We saw her in powerful form against Anastasia Bodnaruk. Will she be able to display that same form as she faces off against Polina? And the players suited, booted, ready for action. And we're on the 5 minute plus 1 second portion. That felt a bit quick. And talking about quick, that's exactly what the players have to do today. They have to be playing with lightning-paced reflexes. And we already see it is a Sicilian from Polina.
Yeah, Hou Yifan taking some time in the opening. She took like 5 seconds for the move 1e4. Then she took 10 seconds for the move d4. Which is a very unusual opening, bringing the queen out that early. Usually we're not taught to do that, because black gets the very comfortable move knight to c6. But what white often tries to do here, and I think that's also the plan Hou is going to go for, is to play with knight c3, knight to d5, and then try to target that knight on f6 with a later bishop to g5. So let's see if we'll see that in action. And yeah, that's the plan she's going for right here. Knight f5 on the board. I think next up she'll go c2, c3, and then bishop g5 to pester that knight on f6.
Absolutely. Interesting strategy there. Because like you mentioned, this opening by white is offbeat. This is perhaps something that Polina is not necessarily prepared for. Knight takes knight. Never very sure about allowing a white pawn on d5 because it has a beautiful clamping effect on the black structure.
Yeah, that pawn on d5 is indeed very nice for white. Now the pawn on e7 is a little bit backwards. It's on the half-open e line. So white can attack it with the rook coming to e1 and bishop coming to g5. But here we see Polina jumping in with the move knight to b4, attacking the pawn on c2. That pawn is not so easy to defend. You don't really want to play a move like knight e1 that looks passive. And I wonder if c3, that might invite knight c2 in. But
then you go knight h4. Because isn't this really similar to kind of Queen's Gambit declined ideas when white jumps forward with your knight to b5, you go knight to h4 and try to keep the knight on a1 caged. Well, there we see Polina, she said nope, she's not diving in. So then moving her knight back to a6. Okay, it's been on an adventure this night and it's surely going to find a home on c5. But then again, I'm a bit worried about her position because white has very natural moves. Knight to d4 come to mind, and e7 is the natural target.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think white's got a nice advantage here. Rook e1 looks like a nice move, bringing the rook into the game, putting pressure on that e7 pawn. She goes for the move you suggested, knight e4. An excellent move as well. The bishop slides back to d7. Now, you can always give up, you can always make the argument for giving up the bishop for the knight to damage black's pawn structure, but that would also give up the bishop pair. And the double pawns are not so much an issue for black, because black can easily bring out their queen, put a rook on the b file, exert some pressure on the b2 pawn. So I think Hou Yifan is going to decide to keep that bishop on the board.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm often, you see this in the Caro-Kann where you just go knight a6, even knight h6, and you're not fast because the dynamic potential certainly outweighs the structural disadvantage. Instead, I suspect that Hou is going to go for the plan of going rook e1, targeting e7. If she doesn't go for that, then also other moves that kind of spring to mind are just developing the dark square bishop and trying to set up a battery along the c1 and h6 diagonal. This is something that I have a very soft spot for, which is the trade off dark square bishops. But instead, we see Hou trade off that bishop for the knight. Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely surprising. Rook e1 played, rook to e8, and bishop g5 targeting the pawn on e7. The computer does not seem to like that move. I wonder why. Maybe black can go for a quick queen a5 something, give up the pawn on e7, but then at least you get the pawn on d5, and the position opens up, which favors the side with the two bishops, which is black.
Yeah, and I thought Hou's moves were very natural, right? Put the bishop on g5, queen to d2, and a king h7. You have to defend h6, unfortunately. You don't want to be going h5 and conceding more squares. I always like to think of squares as currency. You really need to hold on to them and look after them.
Right, yeah. So let's see what Yifan is going to do here. I think she will try to go for something like maybe b3 and c4 to reinforce that pawn on d5. Instead, she goes knight b3, targeting that pawn on a7, which is not easy to defend, and she might also set up the idea to go bishop to d4, and wow, Polina just sacrificed that pawn with the move a5. I actually like it, because if you take, then after a4, I don't really see a good square for the knight to go to.
Yeah, I like that dynamic solution there from Paulina. Bishop d4, very natural. Just try to neutralize the potential advantage of the bishop pair. You can't do anything about that one, so I suspect a4 is still going to make an appearance, and then black should turn their attentions towards the b2 point.
The good thing for Yifan is that she can meet the move a4 with bishop takes g7. The knight cannot be captured, as that would hang the pawn on h6. So that's why she was able to get that move knight d4 in now.
Yeah, and it's also quite nice that the pawn on a4 is protected by the bishop on d7, because for a while it had a minor panic attack that there was queen to d4 in the equation, but rook to b8.
All right, so rook b8 attacking the pawn on b2, which is why Yifan advances the pawn to b3, queen c5, but I think now just pawn to c4, everything is nicely protected, and again, White's going to go rook a to e1 next, targeting the pawn on e7, and White's got a really nice advantage to work with here. Now, the one thing, and that's also what we saw in the round of 16, is that Yifan tends to fall behind on the clock in the 5+1 portion, so let's see if she will speed up in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, do you think that that's just lack of practice? Because Hou doesn't play too much chess these days. Of course, she still is active, but it's very much not like Paulina, who plays like every single month at least one tournament. Instead, Hou Yifan, she's kind of more selective, so could be a little bit of rust.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely a little bit of rust. In the match against Anastasia Bonarek in the round of 16, she really stepped up her game in the 3+1 portion. So let's see if she will play faster in that segment as well. As here, the time is worrying me quite a bit.
Yeah, it is concerning. But one thing we did see in that match against Anastasia is that, Hou Yifan, she's a classy player, and her instincts did not desert her in those times when she really didn't have too much time left on the clock, just seconds left. So king to g8, lovely move there from Shuvalova. She just wants to get her king out of trouble. Rook to e7. Interesting. Now, the first thing I'm looking at is those back rank tricks, such as rook takes rook and then pawn takes pawn. But okay, we see pawn takes pawn immediately from Paulina.
Yeah, and the funny thing is White actually doesn't have a threat. Like I said, because of the weak back rank, if Black plays a move like a5, the bishop on d7, it can be captured, but Black can recapture the knight on d4. And wow, she goes d5. Great move by Paulina, as Yifan had better pawn structure, but if she can trade off the d pawn for the c pawn, Black's all of a sudden doing extremely fine. And also now the rook on e7 is under attack by the queen as well.
Yeah, I love that move, d5. I saw it suggested by the computer, and I did wonder whether she'd play it, because like you said, once those trades have happened, well, Black has an outside pass pawn, and it will be ably supported by this bishop. So could be a lot of problems for the former women's world champion.
Yeah, now if this were a position where Yifan was in total control, a better position, then the time situation wouldn't be as much of an issue. But here, as there's a lot of tension, Paulina is fighting back. It is definitely a factor that Paulina has 2 minutes on her clock and Yifan has 28 seconds. So let's see how Paulina will try to put that time advantage to work.
And there we see Yifan. She comes up with a very tricky move, rook to e5, attacking his pawn on d5. And this begs the question how to defend. Actually, it's not so easy.
I don't know yet. The rook takes d5 is a threat here, as after rook takes c1, queen takes c1. Now the rook would defend the knight on d4, and I don't see a very comfortable defensive move. You don't really want to go bishop e6. The bishop can always be captured. So now Paulina is really being put to the test, and that's why she's spending her time as well.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether it could be some tactical ideas, first capturing on e5, and then trying to do something. I was hoping for some tricks along the back rank, but there seems to be nothing there.
Yeah, we'll see what she's gonna do. It's definitely not an easy task for her right now. I mean, she goes bishop c6, but the computer hates that. Now, I wonder if there was a tactic for Yifan, maybe something with b4, or there had to be a win for white. That's why the evil bar went all the way up. She goes up a pawn in the queen endgame, but maybe now queen e2, and black's just in time to create threats with, for example, with queen e1.
Right, but it's still very unpleasant queen endings because queen c1 does keep the pawn alive, but there is queen to d3 at the end of it, and black regains the pawn on d5. So yeah, this is looking like good defense there from Hou Yifan.
Yeah, I think this one is just going to be a draw now. It's completely symmetrical. Queen e3. We might see a repetition soon with someone like queen e5, queen f3, and queen e7. But yeah, Yifan definitely missed some chances here in the very first game.
Yeah, I do wonder whether, when your opponent has 9 seconds left on the clock, as Yifan does, whether Paulina will be the one trying to play it on. And there you see she's been very brave with her king. She can step up to e5 and just make a beeline for the b3 pawn. But of course, you do have to tread with care if you're going to go for such an aggressive approach.
Yeah, you don't really want to give up the f7 pawn, because in case white takes an f7, white's also protecting the pawn on b3. So it's not like you're abandoning the entire king side to get the b pawn. So I think I think it's just going to be a draw. But, you know, wait, now white's playing for the win.
Yeah, and now the king comes. And, well, queen takes g6. And we are off to the races. 3 seconds for Yifan. And she takes, king takes b3. Oh, my goodness me.
There might have been queen b1, maybe to trade out the queens. Queen g5 was a miss, apparently. Maybe just a check and push. Check on b7 instead.
This is tricky.
1 second. Push the pawn.
Yeah.
Push.
Exactly.
And 1 second.
Start checking. And 10 seconds.
Queen e2 maybe?
Yeah, king b2 is what she goes for. But okay, white at least has a perpetual check. Oh, king a2 and a queen to d5. And there's no way to shield the king from all those checks.
I don't think so. I mean, she's trying. You can go king b1 or, yeah, king b1 now maybe. Paulina going for the win. And I feel like in blitz, this looks easier for black because the a-pawn is so far advanced. King b1 or so maybe?
Absolutely. Okay, queen b4 check. Okay, queen b... Okay, and Yifan, she's doing the right things. She's checking along the diagonal. Both players on seconds. But ultimately, black is not going to be able to hide the king. There the checks keep coming.
Yeah, but yeah, I feel like white should have enough checks. But yeah, Paulina is trying, and that's definitely... she definitely deserves credit for that.
And more checks. Paulina being very tricky there.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen a third time repetition yet, but, you know, again, Paulina is trying, but I think eventually it's just going to be a draw.
Yeah, but can she hide a king on a2? King
on
c1?
C1 and then there's no more check. But white always has the move a5, h5. I don't like that one. King d2 now.
King
Yeah,
d2.
no more checks. a2.
There's no more checks. Oh my goodness me. What a turnaround.
Still not completely over, but oh, there's still a few more checks.
One queen blocks. And of course, the queen can easily hold off 3 pawns. And there you go. And now 2 queens are involved in checkmating. Queen h1. Okay.
Queen h2 here looks good. Yeah, and now there should be a... Wow, what a game. I mean, Paulina deserves a lot of credit for that, for what we just saw. She went for the win, didn't take the draw, and it paid off.
Absolutely played off. And now it's Paulina's turn with the white pieces. She goes for a Catalan setup. Yeah. And for Hou Yifan, I mean, this is very surprising. To lose that kind of position where ultimately it was easily drawn. And then there was a race and it got massively complicated. And, well, that's a difficult one to recover from. But she's going to have to, because we're now in game 2, where it's a kind of a Queen's Indian setup.
Yeah, a bit of a mix between the Bogo and the Queen's Indian. But yeah, she should not have lost that game. But the main lesson she should draw from that one is that she's going to have to step up the pace a little bit. I mean, she was doing well on the board. She had a few wins here and there. She missed those wins because she was low on time. And then she also missed a draw. So, yeah, we see her falling, again, 30 seconds behind. Again, she needs to step up the pace.
Absolutely. She needs to learn those lessons. Okay, Queen is going to move to either C1, D2. Okay, D1. I was expecting the Queen to be on the dark square, so it could maybe move to F4 if needed. But okay, this is an interesting maneuver. It's designed to go knight to E1 and then beat back the bishop on E4. Or you can go knight to D2, either way. You want to be getting your pawn to E4 in this type of structure.
Yeah, nice move by Polina, bishop h3, making sure that she can move the knight and not allow black to trade off the bishops. And then, like you said, maybe try to build up a big center with f3 and e4. So now we see Yifan thinking again. She goes bishop b7. Maybe after knight e2 she wants to go, maybe now she wants to go knight e4, be annoying with the knight there. I really like that move, because you can also take here and give white double pawns on the c file. And you can also go f5 now. That also looks like a nice plan.
Yeah, rook c1. Oi. I like your idea, f5. Cement that knight on its central outpost, and of course, bishop bows back to g2. The thing is with the queen on d1, there are no knight to d2 tricks, because this knight takes bishop. Okay, now's the time, I think, to take the bishop and then go knight to f6. Just reinforce that control over e4.
Yeah, she goes to e5 instead. Oh, wait, is there... Yeah, I was about to say, is there a tactic when knight takes e5, bishop takes g2, knight takes d... That's a very common tactic in these types of positions. And we see Polina, I was going to say taking her time, but she misses it. And now Yifan is back in control.
Yeah, that was a beautiful tactic available to her. And yeah, I think it's not that natural to see it, especially if you're not familiar, because you're just not looking out for those type of tricks. So instead, we have a fierce fight on our hands. Black has complete control over the king side. White needs to generate some kind of play on either in the center or in the queen side. Not easy at all. c6. No, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting moves like bishop to c8, g5. Hallelujah, let's get going.
Yeah, I also don't like c6. Now the pawn on d6 is backwards. Knight e2, excellent move by Polina. Putting pressure on the knight on e4. Black is going to have to recapture with the pawn. This pawn on e4 looks terribly weak. Like after queen c2, I mean, I guess you can create a counter threat with queen f6, but it feels like Polina has a very nice advantage here.
Yeah. Except I did think queen c2 was mandatory, because you really need to start targeting on e4, because can't black just break out or maybe pile up the pressure on f2? I kind of want to break out with b5, really.
B5, yeah, also a nice break. Yeah, b5, nice break. Maybe d5 as well to open up the d file. Then you also take the pawn on a3. The pawn on b3 also becomes a target. I understand you do get double isolated pawns on the e file, but the e4 pawn was weak anyway. So I think d5, excellent move by Yifan, as now a3 is quite awkward to defend.
Yeah, queen a3. Yeah, how do you defend against it? I think you can't. You don't want to go rook a1. Such moves are not on your vocabulary. Instead, you want to maybe go queen to g4 and just go on the counterattack.
Yeah, nice idea. Yeah, queen g4 in case black takes. Maybe you go rook c7, and then the g7 pawn is quite awkward to defend. She goes queen h5 instead, creating a counter threat on the pawn on e5. So now let's see what Yifan is going to do. She can take one of these pawns, but she can also go for a move like, I don't know, something like g6 to kick the white queen away first.
Makes a lot of sense. And once again, we see Yifan down on the clock. over a minute disadvantage there. So yeah, I kind of like the idea of going g6. I also really enthusiastic about moves such as bishop takes b3 in order to get the rook down to d2. But instead we see bishop f7. Okay, also a move that I really like, because rook to d2, once it's on the agenda, it's very, very scary.
Yeah, rook d2, especially if the other rook comes in as well. Rook takes f2. So let's see where Polina is going to go. I think she might go, let's say, queen g4 to keep the pressure on the e4 pawn. You can also drop the queen back to e2. So let's see what she's going to do. But yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that, of course, Yifan is the better player. I mean, she outrates Polina by 150 points or so. But Polina is managing her time better, and that's why she's able to create chances when Yifan is low on time. So Yifan is definitely going to have to work on that.
Yeah, and I'm also really concerned now for Polina's position situation, because suddenly black has two passed pawns on the queen side. Great piece coordination. You can just see the rooks doubling and just coming down to d2. Everything is nicely protected, and I'm expecting moves such as bishop to e8 to make an appearance so that black can start mobilizing those pawns.
Yeah, so let's see. Rook fd1 by Polina attacking the rook. She wants to, dislodge the rook from the defense of the b6 pawn. So let's see what Yifan's going to do here. She can trade off the rook. She can also go rook d8, so that in case white takes, you just capture the rook. And then you have another one defending the pawn on b6. Lots of good options, but again, she's spending quite a bit of time.
Yeah, but I think it's worth some effort here because, like you mentioned, rook takes rook, queen to b3 is very tempting for black if you can somehow neutralize. Yeah, maybe you can't do it right now because of queen takes queen, bishop takes b3, and then rook to b1, and the pawn on b6 will fall. Ah, yes.
So Polina might have to go queen e2 or queen d7 to keep the queen on the board, but now the queen is away, and now it feels like the a-pawn just has a free path all the way to promotion. This looks very difficult for Polina. I mean, and now Yifan has very easy moves.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Push them. As simple as that. Okay, queen c4 is the move that is being highlighted. Attacking the bishop makes a lot of sense. And like you say, a3, a2 is just going to be very, very quick to arrive. 1 minute for Yifan.
Yeah, it's always nice when you have the advantage and also when your moves are easy, right? I mean, you might have the advantage, but you have to find like super difficult moves. But here, yeah, just push the pawn. So queen c4, excellent move, gaining a tempo on the bishop on e4. I don't know, there's not really a great square for the bishop to go to, maybe to d3, but Yifan could also go, let's say, queen c3. You give up the pawn on b6, but then a3, followed by a2, looks extremely difficult for white to stop.
Yeah, the a-pawn looks unstoppable. I don't see anything that Polina can do. You got to mix it up. How on earth to do that?
I don't know.
I mean, this is the problem.
That's also why the evil bar is all the way down. Yeah, I don't know what she should do here, but she has an extra 30 seconds on the clock to try to figure something out. Yeah, we saw Yifan losing that first game. That's, of course, never nice to lose the first game of the match. But it is nice to strike back as quickly as possible and to regain your confidence. So let's see if she can do so here.
Right, yes. So the only trap that I can see on the board for white, and again is very difficult to orchestrate, is to play bishop takes h7, but have your queen on d6 or e7 targeting the rook. There you go. One trap. One cheapo.
Right, yeah. But yeah, maybe if you're playing, in some sort of cafe, you can pull off a trick like that, like that's what hustlers do. But it's gonna be difficult to do that on a computer. Like the move literally won't come through. Wow, we see Yifan going queen to d5, so she's giving up the pawn on b6, but maybe now, okay, a3. There must be some sort of I guess you just get the pawn all the way to a2, and next up you go rook c8. Followed by rook c1, but e4 first. I guess bishop e3, and you cannot kick that bishop away.
Yeah, I think it's important to preserve the bishop, move at any square. Rook c8, rook c1, again, looks incredibly great for black. I mean, the pawn on a1, you got one goal. Sorry, get that pawn on a1. It's right, as simple as that.
Yeah, and again, the plan is very straightforward. Just rook c8. You cannot stop that move. I mean, if you go rook c6, you allow black to promote, and then you follow up with rook to c1. And yeah, it's a good idea that Yifan put the bishop on b3, not on f7, as then you're weak on the back rank with rook e8. So I think we might just see a resignation here, and there we have it by Polina, as there's nothing you can do about a1 queen.
Yep. And nice victory there from Hou Yifan. She put on a powerful display there, barring that one big blunder, which wasn't that easy to spot. It was smooth performance. And now we see a change of approach from Polina. She goes for the Petrov.
Yeah, and Yifan didn't expect the Petrov. That's why, I suppose, that's why she played the move d3. Avoiding mainline theory, just keeping all the pieces on the board. But black has a very fine position here. So I think both players cannot be too unhappy about the opening so far.
Yeah, I used to play this type of stuff with white, but usually involving a very quick knight c3, just to slow black down when it comes to the d7, d5 break. Here, black is absolutely fine. This is a great move, bishop to g4. I would probably ask the question to this bishop, like, get out of my side, and go h3, force bishop h5. And then maybe go bishop to e3, or rook to b1 again, just to ask questions of the b7 pawn.
Yeah, no, I like all of your suggestions. H3 on the board. I think it's always a good idea when a bishop arrives on the g4 square to just go h2, h3, see what the bishop wants to do. I mean, you don't mind a trade on f3, then your queen comes out, you have full control of the long diagonal, and if the bishop slides back to h5, you always have the option to break the pin with the move g4. Now, the move g4, you want to be a little bit more careful with that one, as that definitely weakens the white position a little bit, but it's nice to have that option on hand. But I also like the other move that you suggested earlier, bishop to e3, and that's what Yifan went for.
Yeah, and now setting up a battery against the a pawn. And so the big question is, do you just go a4, mark out the territory that way, or do you actually initiate a trade of bishops? But it feels like that's just too accommodating. Black will benefit from that trade. So my suggestion would be just go a4, grab control over the b5 square, and yep, she plays it. Give it a question mark.
Yeah, I like the move a4 as well, but the computer doesn't. Rook 88. All right, so now let's see what Yifan's going to do. A plan that comes to mind is maybe something like g4, kick the bishop away, and then go for knight d2 to c4 to attack the queen, open up the bishop. I think that would make a lot of sense, but again, Yovi, we look at the clock. Yifan is again down a minute.
Yeah, and she doesn't go for knight to d2 plan, which I really liked because it also controls the e4 square. Instead, she goes for knight to h4. And this is tricky. Because now you're introducing ideas of bishop, knight takes bishop, followed by your rook to b1, and just playing with the bishop pair. And yes, white has some double pawns, but at the minute, they're pretty mobile, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, no, it's not really a big deal. The c3 pawn, I mean, if the queen comes to c5, then yes, it can easily be attacked, but it can also easily be defended. We see the move b6 by Polina, a very solid move, making sure that the b pawn is never hanging. So now let's see what Yifan is going to do. It feels like both sides have played the opening moves, the early middle game moves. Now is really the time to come up with a plan, and that's perhaps why we see Yifan thinking for a bit.
Yeah, and nice decision there from Yifan. Do you know what I've noticed about both of these players? They're very comfortable with tension because neither of them seem to give ground here. They just keep on building up their positions. And it's often something that you see with lower rated players, that they just cannot handle these type of situations, and you see them simplifying, making those trades here, there, and everywhere, and not pausing just to think and see if they can build a bit more.
Yeah, no, that's a very instructive takeaway indeed. Yeah, in case black would trade, that would actually improve the white position, because white can recapture with the rook. The rook is better placed on e3 than on e1, because then you can also slide in the other rook with rook a1. And white also, like you said, it's not too eager to take here, because that would improve the placement of the black queen. So maybe that's why we see Yifan going rook a to b1, with the idea to trade down the road, and in case black recaptures with the queen, to then follow up with rook b5 with a tempo.
Exactly. And you see, this is like involving tension, calculation, suspense as well, because I really like this concept of bishop takes bishop, rook to b5. And yeah, you have suddenly have bishop takes knight and the pawn on e5 is vulnerable. So here, Paulina is definitely going to have to pause and have a look and calculate what are the consequences of bishop takes bishop. Is she safe? Is she okay? And if she's not, well, then she's going to have to resolve the tension herself. And sure enough, bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, now rook takes c3. So I guess now this makes a little bit more sense as white has... If white goes rook e1 now, white has kind of wasted a move on rook b1 first. So she goes rook d to e8, makes a lot of sense. The one thing that's a little bit annoying for black is that at some point you want to make some loft, right, with a move like h6. But I guess the moment you go h6, then white is happy to take on g6, is now... you no longer can recapture with the h-pawn, and you're going to have to recapture with the rook, which looks a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it does look very awkward. And also there's so much tension against e5. So there we quickly see rook to b5, knight a7, such a fast response there from Paulina. Attacking the rook, does it centralize itself on d5, or does it just simply come back to where it came from on b1?
I feel like Yifan is going to slide the rook back to b1. Rook d5 looks very ambitious, attacking the queen, keeping the pressure on the e5 pawn, but I don't know. I would be worried that the rook gets stuck there in the middle of the board. Black's going to play a move like queen e7, and then see... Wow, she goes for it. Rook d5 on the board. I guess queen e7 now, attacking the knight, but then c7, c6 would be a massive threat, as that would trap the rook. So you're going to have to play a move like f4 or d4 to free it.
I know, it's a very, very ambitious move and super gutsy. And sure enough, when she does it, now she's going to have to do moves like d4, f4. I liked your idea as well. I also wonder whether knight to f5 is something that she will be thinking about, just really zoning in on the e5 pawn. Because like you mentioned, the rook doesn't have too many squares in the middle.
Yeah, and after queen e7, knight f5 would be a move as well. So let's see where Paulina is going to go with the queen. She can also go queen a3, going after the pawn on a4. That would also make a lot of sense. And there she goes. This pawn, I don't see a way to defend it. So I think what's going to happen is that Yifan's going to play a move like d4 or f4. She's going to give up on this pawn. But now she's creating a lot of threats here in the middle. Actually, f5 also is a big threat.
Yeah, and sure enough, the position suddenly got very, very spicy. Rook to d7 is a move that I have been thinking about for a long, long time. And sure enough, I think it will appear on the board. Knight takes bishop as well in the air. And this knight on a7, such a miserable piece. So very sharp position here. The person who manages to keep control will be able to get out of this alive. If you lose control in this type of position, then that's it. I'm sorry. It's a critical.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, you have to keep control of the board, but also you have to keep control over the clock, right? As you said, the board is being set on fire here. I think Paulina is doing a great job at building up a time advantage so that when things get really complicated, she does have an extra minute or so to figure things out. Knight b5 here, nice move. Bring the knight back into the game, attacking the rook. And also putting some pressure on the pawn on c3.
Yeah, and again, you see the way that Hou Yifan just plays. I love this retreating of the rook. Give a check, king hides, and now threats of knight takes bishop, queen takes f4. Still, black has problems with the weak king, and this knight on b5 is on the wrong circuit. But less than a minute for Yifan.
Yeah, the evil bar is right in the middle, but practically speaking, I quite like it for white. I feel like the black king on g8 might be a little bit airier. The pawn on f4, as you mentioned, is currently under attack, but I don't know if black's in time to defend it with the move e5, because then there might be bishop to c6, attacking the rook and the knight on b5. So time's evening out here as, things are really heating up here.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, you might have to start relying on tactical possibilities, such as, for instance, meeting bishop c6 with knight to d6, but rook to f8. A nice, simple reaction that from Shivalova, rook takes f4 is an option. Knight takes bishop as well, wreaking havoc on black's kingside pawn structure. And again, it is still massively crazy because the A pawn, that's a menace. And okay, there you can see queen to e2 was White's best move and surely found by Yifan.
I think both players are doing an amazing job navigating the complications. I mean, we see the evil bar has stayed in the middle the entire time. They're finding really good moves. Rook f8, excellent move by Polina, defending that pawn on f4, and also making sure that bishop c6 was no longer a threat, as there was no longer a rook on e8. King h7, making sure that, yes, you give up this pawn over here, but it doesn't come with a check. So in case white takes now, I think black has the counterpunch, f4, f3. So again, I think both players are doing a great job here. But bishop f3 might be a mistake by Yifan.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see just 19 seconds on the clock, and knight takes pawn. This is still incredibly sharp position. One of the things for white is that queen takes e6, and if you do line up the rook and the queen alongside on the 6th rank, then black does have the response rook to f6, but queen to e5 with a massive idea of rook to f7. So queen f1, here goes. Well, Paulina has to be careful. Queen takes g7 is in the air. Check.
Okay, bishop g2 play, the only move. Okay, rook g8 to defend against a checkmate. All right, so let's see. Maybe now he just... Oh, she goes rook f7, attacking, maybe knight e2 or so. This looks... I don't see defense. Queen g3, queen e1 is it? Queen g3... There's got to be a checkmate here. No, take on h4. Yeah, that's it. Wow, so Polina takes the lead. Great game by her. I think she navigated the complications extremely well, and also she kept an edge on the clock the entire time. So very deserved win here for her.
Absolutely. Very impressive performance. Actually, I was impressed by both players during that middle game where they were just keeping toe-to-toe with each other, just maintaining that dynamic equilibrium. But here we see Yifan, she goes for b5. Is it called the Polish defense? But anyhow, she's taking control over c4.
Yeah, no, b5, nice move. It's kind of like... let's say a Queen's Indian where you fianchetto your bishop. Again, Yifan's idea here is to play on that e4 square. That's also what she did last time. But as you mentioned, with the move b5, you gain a little bit more space, take control over that c4 square as well. And I like the fact that Polina traded off that bishop for the knight earlier, so now it's going to be easier for her to get that central push in with the move e2, e4. But also a4, trying to target the pawn on b5 also looks like a nice move.
Very nice move. And now Yifan just has to complete development. And there you see e4, white's trying to get that big center. So far, e4, e5 isn't necessarily a big deal. So I'm expecting Yifan just to continue with the development. With knight to d7. You don't want to be putting...
Yeah, I was just about the same thing. I think she's going to play knight d7, bring the knight into the game. The question is always, how are you going to deal with a move like queen b3? It feels a little awkward to defend the pawn on b5. You don't really want to play c6, because then you're blocking your bishop, or queen e2 for that matter. Bishop c6 also looks awkward. So, I mean, although maybe bishop c6 is the move to go for. Let's see what she's going to do.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I've had people do against me is just rook to b8. They say, yeah, you can take on b5, but I want the e4 pawn. That's
right. But I was just going to say, if you go rook b8, then you can see the a file. So bishop c6 is the move that Yifan went for. But it feels like the bishop can always be a little bit vulnerable here, right? Like white can always go for a d5 push or maybe an e5 push at the right moment. For the moment, the pawn on a4 is hanging. So let's see how Polina is going to deal with that.
Yeah, and I agree with you. The first thing that visually stands out is the fact that this bishop on c6 doesn't have too many squares. So I'm like, automatically you're looking at moves like knight to b3, knight to a5. d5 is also on the radar, as well as e5 jumps. And there we see Yifan, knight b6, nice move.
Yeah, improving the knight, taking control over the c4 square. Yeah, we've got a nice imbalance here. We see white having more control in the middle here with these pawns on d4 and e4, but black has the bishop pair. The position isn't quite open. It's also not quite closed. So it's really interesting who's going to navigate this better. for the moment, Polina is again doing a better job on the clock, and I like this maneuver here with 91, I guess knight d3, and then maybe knight b4 at the right moment.
Yeah, and we have 5 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in this 5 minutes plus 1 second portion. After that, time gets shortened to 3 minutes plus 1, and then finally bullet 1 plus 1 does decide the match. And of course, this is the Women's Speed Chess Championship, so it's very much a case of winner stays on. You want to be winning this one to stay in the competition. And there we see some trades. The bishop comes to b5, setting up a pin. Good stuff here from the former Women's World Champion.
Yeah, queen e3, nice move by Polina, getting out of the pin. We see a trade on c3 now. All right, so let's see what she's going to do. It feels like Yifan slowly but surely is taking more control of this game. She's creating some weaknesses for Polina on the queen side, but it doesn't seem that easy to continue here. She goes knight c4, forcing the trade of knights. So now let's see what Polina is going to do.
Yep, some nice control over the queen side squares. Rook a7, I can see why she plays it. That's very attractive. But the problem with White's position is that there are no clear-cut plans. You know, if you go e5, you haven't really achieved too much other than liberating your light square bishop. That's why you see knight to b4. Not quite sure what that knight's doing there. But
yeah, maybe. Oh, sorry. Maybe she wants to go for a combination of, let's say, e5 and then knight to c6, attacking the rook on b8. I also like the fact that she's keeping the rook out of the game, right? Maybe Yifan wanted to go rook b1 or rook b3, but Polina is keeping the b file close for now.
Yeah, and yeah, nice move. I was looking at tactical possibilities such as bishop takes d4, but they didn't work because the bishop on c4 is hanging. And now king to h2. Oh, this is such a tense position. And Polina, she knows how to play in such a complicated, cagey manner, I would say, because she doesn't resolve anything. She just simply keeps making those quiet moves and then passing the ball back over to Hou Yifan.
Yeah, and I think she's doing a great job. She's keeping attention in the position, she's keeping the pace on the clock, and she's taking her chances when Yifan is low on time. So far, I think she's displaying a great match strategy, and it's working out in her favor as she's up by 1 point in the match. This could likely be the last game of the 5+1 portion, as there's only 2 minutes and 45 seconds, give or take, on the clock. We see Yifan going d5, attacking the knight on b4 now with the bishop, but the pawn on d5 is also a bit of a target.
Yeah, I was going to say that Polina's strategy seems to be very effective because now there's a clear-cut plan for white. The knight on b4 could relocate itself to e5, to c5. Pawn on c7 is also a target. And this bishop on c4, yes, it's standing pretty on an outpost, but it's actually pointing at an empty diagonal. And knight c6. Oh, very flashy move. Queen takes knight is going to be met by queen takes bishop.
Exactly. Yeah, she's now blundering the knight, as you pointed out. If black takes, then you can take the bishop on e7. All right, so let's see what Yifan's going to do. She can take the knight. She can also go rook to e8, but then maybe knight e5 looks like a nice move for white. So definitely some things for Yifan to figure out here. I feel like somehow after this trade, there should be a way for black to be fine. Like something like, maybe like rook e8, sacrifice the pawn on c7, but then after that you go rook e2, take this pawn, king g1, rook e1, and, you know, maybe that's why the evil bar is right in the middle.
Yeah, knight
right
e5.
away.
And...
She takes... Okay, now I guess either take with the rook or with the queen is probably fine for black.
Yeah, I think maybe take with the rook, just so that you can overprotect c7. Yeah, queen to f4 and everything is rock solid.
Yeah, but it does feel a little bit unpleasant for black. I mean, white is having the slightly more comfortable king. The pawn on d5 is a bit of a target. The pawn on c7 is a bit of a target. I still feel like white has pretty decent chances to win this game, also because of the extra minute on the clock.
Totally agree with you there. I'm also looking at kind of moves such as h4, h5 in order to make the black king that extra bit uncomfortable. And yeah, queen to f5 with the threat of potentially attacking the king or giving a deadly check at one point. But g6 was the response. I guess the queen just simply steps back to f4. Okay, comes forward to c8, of course. And now you have to give up a pawn. Whoa.
Right, so queen c8. In case of king g7, I guess there's rook a8 and black's getting... I mean, I don't know if black's getting checkmated, but the threats look very dangerous. So rook a8 probably is the right move. You give up the pawn on c7. But I think the line that we showed earlier, you give up on c7, then you go rook e2 after. I think black is drawing that very comfortably, as the pawn on f2 is very difficult to protect. Rook e2.
Yeah. I agree. And as long as there's no tactical ideas, such as, okay, you can't protect a king to g1. So the whole idea was to meet rook c2, wait for rook takes c3, and then there's bishop takes d5 at the end of it. But how to do that? Maybe.
Yeah, I think this one is just going to be a draw. Like, there's no good way to defend the f2 pawn, because if you go, let's say, f4, black goes rook c2, taking this pawn, and after king h3, rook takes c3, bishop takes d5, then there's bishop f1 check, and black wins the rook. So I think Polina just has to go for the repetition with king g1 here.
And is there any kind of ideas of f4 followed by king to g1 after rook c2? And okay, well, maybe we're going to see something, but I suspect the king to g1 indeed played. So the big idea, rook takes c3, is going to be met by bishop takes d5, and after rook takes g3, you can just attack the rook, and this bishop is hanging on c4. But you do have rook c1 check, and I'm not sure the king can step too far away from defending the bishop.
Yeah, rook c1, nice move by Yifan. I think, yeah, again, it's just a draw like king f2, rook c2 check. If you go to the third rank, then black takes with a check. And if you go back to g1, then black goes rook c1 again. So there's no way for Polina to get out of this repetition. King h1, rook c2, now bishop f1 is a threat. And as we pointed out earlier, if you go to h3, that is a light square, so then you can safely take the pawn as bishop takes d5 is met with bishop to f1. So Polina, I'm sure she wants to keep the game going. She has that time advantage. She has an extra pawn, but there's no way to do so.
And talking about time, well, we can see the clock counter has ticked down to 0. So that means this is the last game in the 5+1 portion. And there we see a draw by repetition, and after 5 minutes plus 1 second portion is over, we do see Polina Shuvalova. She has a narrow 1-point lead over Hou Yifan. But it's been a very impressive start there from Shuvalova. She's held her nerves well. She's played very energetically, very clever chess. What have you made of the action so far, Benjamin?
Yeah, definitely a bit of a surprise. I mean, Yifan is definitely the favorite in this matchup. She outrates Polina on Chess.com rating, FIDE rating. But Polina is playing a great match so far. She's keeping the tension, keeping her edge on the clock in most of the games. And when Yifan is low on time, she is taking her chances. So a very deserving lead for Polina.
Yep, and there you had it, a deserving lead for Polina. Well, that's the first 45 minutes of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship over. We move on to the 3-minute plus 1 second portion just after the break. So we are going to see you in a few minutes.
Do you think the cow opening is a good opening, Anna?
No.
True.
Okay. Do you want to elaborate? If it's not a good opening, why should people still play it?
I think the cow opening is easy to remember. I think it has good characteristics. I think that it's a system. You can play it however you want, and it's, like I said, very easy to remember. So I think it means that you don't have to study a lot of theory to play it. And if you don't want to study a lot of chess, and if you don't really care about really improving your chess skills in that way, you just want to play because it's fun and you just want to have something easy to remember, then I think it's good for that purpose. But I mean, I am a chess player at heart as well, and I've played chess my whole life. I know that having knights on the sides of the board doesn't necessarily mean that it's good, and it's easy to kick them away. So it's, I think, more than anything, an opening that has good characteristics, but maybe not chess-wise a good opening.
I think that's a good answer, and I think that's why we are both cow opening brand ambassadors by the end of this video.
Exactly, we're both that. I still think it's an opening that people can play and that
I
people
know,
should
right?
play.
It's brilliant.
I'm super happy now to announce the Create Your Own course for 2024, where we encourage everyone from the Chessable community to participate, to write their own course, and maybe become the next winner. And winner chicken dinner, that's what you want to be. Of course, there is a lot of joy in creating a course, but even sweeter is when you are standing on the podium, because winner $5,000, and also second and third will get $3,000 and $2,000 respectively. So this is looking like an ultimate deal as far as I'm concerned, and you can tell I'm super excited to get through those courses to pick out the winner, which I am going to present very, very proudly. So what's there? What do you need to know in order to get started? First of all, you need to have a Chessable Pro membership. Kind of goes without saying that Chessable Pro membership has a lot of perks already. I am sure that many of you already are Chessable Pro members, but if you are not, here is now another reason for you to upgrade your membership to access all the many perks of Chessable. Be mindful of the fact that there is a deadline associated with this Create Your Own course contest, and that deadline is the 19th of October. So you definitely would like to get the ball rolling. Go to chessable.com/create, and I can't wait to collaborate with you.
We are back with the very first quarterfinal in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and so far it has been an exhilarating match between Polina Shuvalova and Hou Yifan. Well, we have seen strong nerves, we've seen some fast play, and we've seen some outstanding in-game play so far, haven't we, Bok?
Yeah, and we've seen some great play so far. I did not expect Polina to be in the lead right now, but to be fair, Yifan was also struggling a little bit in the 5+1 portion in the round of 16. However, in the 3+1 portion, that is really where she won the match. She swept that portion, she won 4-0 against Anastasia. So we'll see if she can step up her game in the 3+1 portion in this match again as well.
Yeah, we will certainly find out whether Hou Yifan will manage to level up. She has a formidable opponent in front of her, Polina Shuvalova, who we can see right there on the camera. She seems to be chill as she gets ready to play some very quick chess. Don't underestimate Polina, because not only has she taken the lead, she is also, I am not a Grandmaster, winner. So there we see Hou Yifan, she's entered the arena. Although I say these words, but really they're just sitting at home.
Right. Oh, but yeah, that definitely is a big thing on her resume, winning the IMCC, or whatever the abbreviation is. She knows what it takes to win, so let's see if she can do it in this event as well. So far, she's proving to be a great competitor. But yeah, I think this 3+1 portion is gonna... it's going to be really interesting to see again. Yifan really stepped up her game in the last match. And she needs to do so in this match as well. She's down by a point. It feels like she's being a little bit too slow. I feel like her chess overall is good, but just in the time scrambles, she's lacking that extra time on the clock that Polina does have.
Yeah, but they've reached really tense, really dynamic positions, actually, which often happens when the clock has reached its critical point. And we are off with half an hour of the 3 minute plus 1 second. And there we see another e4, e5 from Polina. So what can we expect? Castle kingside. No funny knight to g5 business. And here, d6. Maybe we're going to see a long maneuvering gains with moves like c3, a4, b4, knight moves to d2, you know, this type of slow stuff. I kind of struggle understanding these positions because they're just so tense.
There's just so many plans and ideas. There's also so many different move orders, which also makes it confusing. Like black can go h6 first, or like Polina went bishop b6. There's also plans with a6 and a5, or like knight e7 to g6. We see Yifan here going for bishop e3 and knight c4 makes a lot of sense. Going after the bishop pair right away. Bishop e6 by Polina. So now let's see what Yifan is going to do. Maybe just trade and then keep the bishop pair with bishop c2. That would sacrifice the a2 pawn, but, you know, you'd be brave with black to take, because white can try to trap that bishop with b2, b3 right after. But, you know, also always a useful move in the Italian is the move h2, h3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember the words of a grandmaster friend of mine who said, when it comes to these Italian games, Lopez's, it all actually depends on the power of this bishop. So often this bishop on b3 finds itself on c2, and it looks like it's doing nothing. But 10 moves later, it actually is primed and ready for the opening of a position. And that's where we're going to see knight to a5 offering a trade. Maybe we'll see... Okay, bishop to a4 makes sense. Again, preserve that hidden bishop, I would say. It's not a good piece yet, but it might be.
Yeah, no, that's really the power of the bishops, right? Like, even if the position is closed, the potential of them to come alive later, that's why you often want to keep them, even if they don't seem that active yet. Okay, so we see knight c6 by Polina. Right now, the knight on c4 is under attack, if you will. I mean, black, if they would take, they would give white double pawn. So we see Yifan take on b6, and then d3, d4, threatening a fork, which is why Polina plays bishop to d7. But I think now, after a move like bishop c2, white's doing pretty well. You have a nice center here with the pawns on e4 and d4, and you also have the bishop pair. So I think Yifan can be pretty satisfied about the outcome of the opening, and also she's not behind on the clock.
Absolutely not. And the thing that we were talking about earlier with this bishop can suddenly become very relevant. So if black ever captures on d4, well, suddenly this bishop on c2 is a sleeping giant, because e5 will just kill, will just blast open the position. So there we see knight to a5. There's an awful lot of playing with the knight to the edge.
Knight a5, perhaps the knight was headed to c4, which is why Yifan played b2, b3. She's really stepping up the pace here. I think that's also what we saw in the last match. In her last match, the knight goes back to c6. That's a little bit surprising to me. I think if you go knight a5, maybe you want to gain some more space with the move c7, c5. Bishop e2, like you said, for the moment the position is fairly closed. These bishops are sleeping giants, but if things open up, they can become really powerful on these two diagonals.
Yeah, and we see the evaluation bar rising in white's favor. It means that there's some kind of shot that the white has. Is there some kind of c4 idea? No, I don't think so. Could it be? Could it be, actually?
I don't think so. It might be something she's looking at. Take and c4, let's say, to give up a pawn here to get the e5 pawn, but it feels like you're giving up a little bit too much on the queen side. So maybe something you can also consider is, let's say, moving the knight, followed by f4 to create even more play in the center. Now, again, we see Yifan taking her time, which is a bit of a pity, as she earlier she built up quite a nice advantage on the clock.
Yeah, and soon ticking to under the minute mark. She just goes for keeping the tension. Okay, now c2, c4. I like this idea so much. b4, given an X, but I think it's a very practical decision.
Yeah, wow. Pawn takes d4 by Polina. Interesting play. Yeah, I like the move queen e2 by Yifan to make sure that knight b3 never comes with a tempo. She just recaptures with her knight. The knight on a5 is under attack. And now you can just take the pawn on c4. And this is what you were talking about earlier. These bishops were not doing much earlier, but now they're coming to life.
Yeah. And look at them go. Look, the bishop takes d4, queen takes c7 is in the air, e5 is also on the agenda, and it looks beautiful for white.
Yeah, nice position here by Yifan. The position is opening up, which is why the bishops are now really strong. And that's why you actually, even in a close position, you often want to have the bishops because you have the option to open up the position. Whereas if you don't have the bishop pair, you never want to open up the position. So c5 though, nice move by Polina, kind of trapping this bishop. Maybe Yifan can give it up on f6, although it feels like Black's doing very fine there. I guess you have to step back to e3, which is not where the bishop is not as active as it was on the long diagonal.
Yeah, somehow or other, white really just wanted to go b5 and establish a clamp. And instead now black has gotten active, but again, very, very dynamic position. e5 being played. Oh, things are happening on this b1, h7 diagonal. f4, love it. f4, f5. This bishop on e6, it's in trouble.
Great play here by Yifan. Yeah, f5 is a big threat. She goes knight f8, but f5, this looks terrifying. Maybe just step the bishop out of the way, set up f6. She goes f6 right away, because in case it takes, is there a tactic?
Well, I thought that she had to try queen takes e5. 20 seconds.
Wow, bishop takes h6. If you take queen g3, wow, this is the Hou Yifan we want to see. This is a crushing game.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing Hou Yifan at her best. Bishop takes h6. You cannot capture the bishop because of queen to g3. Checkmating ideas. 2 seconds. Knight to g6 is a defense, but wow, black's position is creaking. Bishop takes g7. All you need to do is transport a queen to h8, and that's it.
Yeah, and Polina loses on time, which is very understandable because I don't see a move either to defend. Great game by Yifan. I remember after her last match win against Anastasia, I asked her in the match interview if she did anything different in the 3+1 portion, and she said no. But I definitely felt that in that match as well, she really stepped up the pace. She also stepped up her game, and I feel like she's doing the same thing in right here. I feel like she's definitely playing faster. She doesn't have as much hesitation, if you will, anymore, and that's why now she's really showing her strength.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen also from her match against Anastasia Bobnaruk that Hou Yifan has tremendous instincts. And the key is, I think, to sharpen up the position to times when it's like a 1 minute mark. Don't leave the action to happen when you've only got 20 seconds left on the clock, because then it's a free-for-all. It's random. Anything can happen. And there we see Polina. She is playing e4, and she is the one who is sharpening her knife against the black king.
Yeah, e3, e4, nice central push by Polina. She wants to follow with bishop g5, I guess, creating a very annoying pin on the knight on f6, which would create a threat of e4, e5. So Yifan is going to have to decide how she wants to deal with that. She can go h6, but that feels like a slight weakening of the black king side. Maybe white can go e5, followed by f4 or 5. You can also preemptively move the knight, maybe with like knight d7 or knight e8. So let's see what Yifan is going to do here. She's taking her time, though, to come up with a decision. She goes h6.
Yeah, I liked your idea of going e5, f4, f5, get those pawns rolling. But this was something that I was thinking about, because here you keep that option of e5 in your pocket, but also you're going to be thinking about transferring the knight to h5 at the right time. You even got ideas of going f4 and blasting open. Bishop to d2 again. Polina, she is excellent at maintaining the tension.
She's playing very quickly. Yeah, knight a5 on the board and rook a1 instantly, so that after knight c4, you can go bishop c1, defend the pawn on a3, and your rook is not passive on the a1 square. So we see queen c7 by Yifan, just activating her queen as well. e5 on the board now, attacking the knight. I think what Yifan is going to do is she's going to move her knight, and then she's going to try to meet the move f4 with the move f5. I don't think you want to allow f5 by white, as the attack looks terrifying. She goes knight b3. Can you go f5 here and just... I mean, you sack the pawn on c3. It might be a bit too much.
Yeah, it does feel a bit too much because the queens might come off. I'm expecting that Paulina just takes a timeout and goes, yeah, rook to e3, just cover c3. And there we go. The golden rule of chess. If your king is feeling under pressure, trade them off. Trade off those queens.
Yes, a great play here by Yifan. Knight b3, very nice move, taking that bishop on d2 to undermine the pawn on c3. She didn't do so with knight c4, because then, you're blocking the c-file for your heavy pieces. So bishop e1, but it feels like the endgame here has got to be quite comfortable for black, and now you can safely go f5, as after takes, the pawn on e6 is no longer attacked by a rook on the e-file.
Yeah, and g6 also blocks up white's intentions on the king side. And like you mentioned, all black has to do is just double up on the c line, mobilize the knight on h7, and just play on controlling those weak squares. c4, there's knight putting a knight on a4, c3 is the target, f5, beautiful move. She wants the e4 square for a knight.
Yeah, f5, nice move by Yifan, blocking Paulina's play on the king side. But now, yeah, the knight is coming back to play, taking the pawn on g4, but can also jump to e4 now. This looks great for black. a3 is under attack, and I don't see how you defend it. If you go a4, there's knight b2, forking the rook and the pawn. Although, I guess to be fair, there's rook e3. But it feels like Yifan is in full control now, as there's no attack from white. The knights are just dancing on these very pretty squares, and white is having all the weaknesses.
Yeah, and once again, the pawn on a3. It's not under attack just yet because white is banking on rook to a1 just to maintain the material balance. But look at how many squares black's knights control. They just dominate the whole board. Rook to a1. Is there something?
But there might be knight b5.
Knight b5.
Wow, nice
Bishop
move.
to
Defending the pawn on
e1.
a7, tagging the pawn on c3, which is why bishop e1 was played. Rook f7, nice move, adding another defender to the a7 pawn, because maybe now she wants to move the knight back to, let's say, the c4 square again, and then start pushing up these pawns. I mean, she's in full control now. This is a great game so far by Yifan.
Yeah, she's been in excellent form in the 3-minute plus 1 second portion. Really, it is like she's playing in her element. Rook to d3, oh, now a5. Those pawns, they're going to start marching. And there's just no active play for white whatsoever.
Yeah, no, great play by Yifan. Yeah, just knight to c4, rook to a7, push the pawns up the board, and I don't see a single active plan for white. So, yeah, Yifan has really stepped up her game. I think she's playing faster, perhaps a bit more confidently. It also almost feels like she's playing better, maybe because she's just trusting her instinct.
It certainly feels like that. There we see f5. Yeah, you might as well roll the dice and see how far you get, because your knight to f4, this is a good shot at trying to generate something. Pawn takes pawn. Maybe I was thinking knight takes e6, but it doesn't really matter because ultimately black is winning. Black has complete control. And what I love about black's position is that virtually all of black's pieces are defended, like the knight on c4, beautifully placed. Knight to b2, yeah. Now the c3 pawn is also falling.
I think you can... Oh, she repeats the position once. Maybe she wants to follow with rook c6 to defend this pawn over here. And that's what she does. Yeah, again, Paulina gave a pawn. I mean, to be fair, she's fighting. She's opening up the king side, jumping around with the knight. You got to try something, right? Otherwise, you just lose if black pushes that a-pawn up the board. Yifan has to be careful, though, to not get too low on time, as that would be the only way that things could go wrong.
Yeah, she only has 17 seconds. But it is a relatively straightforward plan now. E5 was not on my agenda because D5 is suddenly very weak. But 11 seconds for Yifan. Trade off. But hang on a second. What's happening here? This is not so easy. A double rook ending. Black's king could be in problems after king h4. You can see it living a good life on h5 at the right time. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Yifan let the control of this game slip out of her hands. King g6. The king is not getting checkmated though. And she is having 2 passed pawns on the queen side. So I don't know. It's not easy for Polina to increase the threats here. Check.
Yeah,
check.
that's true. But the king can just be a nuisance. Say if you go king h4, is there any problems? King to f3, chosen.
Okay, check. Right now you take on g4, but white can go rook e6 and pick up the pawn on b6. That's what she goes for. Kind of move. Rook b4 maybe, and try to go for some sort of... Or can white take here? Check.
Uh-oh. Is the rook roller?
I would... Oh, but then both... Oh, now both pawns are hanging!
Oh my goodness me! And Yifan, just 1 second on the clock. And it's just a draw. Benjamin, what a save from Polina.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Yifan went for that pawn push with e5. That really freed up all of Polina's pieces. She's now saving the draw. So it was a great game by Yifan, but she does not finish it off. And Polina saves a very important half a point to keep the match tied.
Yeah, and I think you kind of summed it up. Hou Yifan plays great chess, classy chess, but as soon as the clock ticks down to those seconds, that's when the mistakes happen. Because as we saw in that position there, she just lashed out with e5 when she could have kept control with rook to a7 and just started pushing her queenside pawns. But it's a new game. Yifan will be disappointed with the outcome of that previous game. But okay, more games remaining. We have 13 minutes left of 3+1.
I like what she's doing in this game. It feels like white definitely has more space, so to speak, for her pieces. I mean, the white pieces are all nice and active. The black pieces are a little bit passive, especially this bishop on e7. The bishop on c8 is also struggling to find a good square. And maybe what Yifan is considering here is maybe to push g2, g4 to follow with a very quick g5. I guess maybe black can meet it with knight h7. You can also, of course, go for the very safe and simple kingside castles, and that's what Yifan does.
Yeah, I think you can leave g4 for the bullet portion, and then you know whether you're in a must-win situation or not. As the match score stands now, it is very much even, 3 points apiece. Queen to d2, bishop to f8, just making sure that h6 is covered, and we're seeing a bishop trade itself for the knight. Question: how to capture, and we see a decision there, taking with the bishop, more trades, and once again it is another tense game where black is going to be playing on the king side, maybe moves such as f5 and g5, put the bishop on g7, and white does have superiority in the queen side.
Yeah, so we see a trade here for the knight of for the bishop. Okay, so e4, wow, sacrificing a pawn. But you're not... I mean, if white wants... white can hang on to the pawn. She can meet queen e7 with knight d2. She goes g6 followed by bishop g7. Very interesting play here, but Polina is playing quickly again. She's up almost a minute up on the clock. It feels as though that the compensation should be good for equality at most, right? It feels like, if anything, white should have the advantage, and we see Yifan giving the pawn back here with e4, e5.
I like that decision because, let's face it, those double pawns on e4 and e3 were not the world's most beautiful pawns. And this way, at least Yifan has a clear-cut plan. She's on the offensive as opposed to the defensive. So there's knight to d4. And, well, the moves that she kind of wants to do is she kind of wants to play on the f line. She has space on the queen side. So one fine day, you might see her going b4, c5, and let's see how far it goes. But okay, bishop to d6, a big threat of bishop to g3. Watch out, Yifan.
Yeah, I like what Polina is doing here. She has activated her pieces. Bishop g3 is now a big threat. I mean, maybe you have to go like knight e2, but that looks a little bit passive. And then there might also be ideas of rook e5 to f5, which also looks difficult to deal with. And Polina has the lead on the clock. So Yifan has definitely misplayed it a little bit. And I wonder if the last game also has a bit of an impact on her, as it looked like she had the win in her hand and she let it slip up. But b5 also excellent move by Polina to try to break up the pawn on c4, as now the pawn on d5 is a little bit weak.
Yeah, and I just love the way that Polina has been handling these type of positions. She always goes for the most active response, and she's got good instincts. She's quick with the clock. Rook to e7, again, just overprotecting f7 just in case. And the decision for Hou Yifan. What is she going to play? What's her target? Should she stand still and do nothing? Or should she go on the counteroffensive, queen e2, target b5, and see whether a plan clears up?
Polina plays so quickly. Wow, like queen e2 on the board, rook b8 instantly to defend that pawn, which is great. Polina, what she's doing is she's thinking on Yifan's time. She's thinking like, hey, what move could Yifan play in this position? And what is going to be my response to that? And that's how she's able to move so fast. g3 by Yifan closing down this diagonal, but now the king is feeling really airy here with the pawns on g3 and h3, but she's fighting back with the move rook d4, maybe putting some pressure on that e4 pawn.
Do you think we're going to see some funky moves such as king to h6? Because ultimately, black kind of wants to go g5 and just kick this knight away from f4. And, well, we see queen to f5. Well, we can't see g5 now because knight takes h5. But I would smile if that move certainly appeared on the board. 25 seconds for Yifan. Rook h8. Similar idea of a g5.
Yeah, this is a scary spot for Yifan. She... Oh, wait, g5? You just sacrifice rook and then queen takes g3 is checkmate, but she misses it with queen g5.
Oh, hang on a second. Wasn't there knight to e6? No, sorry. I'm hallucinating.
No, I think g5 would have won the game there for Polina, but she's definitely still better here. Also, she has a big lead on the clock, so she's got all the chance in the world to win this one. But for now, Yifan is hanging on.
Yeah, she is hanging on, but she has to do more than hang on because she's only got 15 seconds left on the clock. And, she dropped the g3 pawn. Oh,
and there goes the h4 pawn.
At the e3 pawn.
Or that one, yeah, that's even better. Knight h3 as rook g5 was a threat. No, it's completely fallen apart here for Yifan, which is a pity for her. I mean, yeah, she played a great first game in the 3+1 portion. The second game also was great, but she didn't finish it off. And now it looks like she's lost the plot a little bit in the third game. So Polina might be regaining the lead here.
It looks that way. But you do have to be optimistic when you're defending these type of positions, because you just think back to all those amazing positions that you've squandered. Perhaps that's the only thing that Hou Yifan can pray for. But okay, Polina, she is ruthless here. Look at the way she's maximized the potential of her rook. And rook to c5. Really difficult to recommend a move. f5.
Yeah, I mean, she's got 4 passers on the king side. It looks very tough to stop. Yeah, f4 here, e3. Have you ever played a game of Space Invaders? That's really what we're seeing here. Just push the pawns down the board. King h6. Yeah, it feels like Blake's going to win any race here, as these pawns are so far advanced, and there's 4 of them.
Yeah, and the problem is the white king can't go to g3 because, of course, king to g5 happens. And rook a2, they come. And another one goes. And there we see victory. Polina takes the lead. 4 points to 3 and 6 minutes remaining in this 3+1 portion. And once again, we see f3 being employed by Polina.
And we see Yifan looking to the side. Perhaps she's looking to switch it up a little bit, and so she does with the move c5, d5 by Polina. I mean, I understand that maybe Yifan wanted to play a different variation, but the variation she played in the last game, at least it worked out very well. She got a completely winning position. All right, so let's see what she's going to do here.
And there we can see, we asked chat, who will win today's match? And they responded, Hou Yifan, 75%, whereas Paulina just has 25%. I'm sure if we ask the question right now, perhaps we might have more supporters, more believers in Paulina. But anyhow, the position is wild. White's forgotten how the pieces move and instead just says, hey, it's all about the pawns. G4. Is there some kind of tactic?
I'm wondering about the same thing. Black can consider the take. Maybe sacrifice the knight on e4 or g4, follow with queen h4. Wow, the computer is saying bishop takes g4 and then knight takes. Wow, what a move.
Yeah, and what a white king there on e1. It's so scary. Queen h4 is going to appear if you don't stop it. So knight to f3 is forced. But then you're going to see moves like rook to e8, introduce all of the pieces into the attack. Queen can come to f6, target c3. Oh, scary times for Paulina.
Yeah, g4 was definitely a bit of a luxury. I think she should have just developed her pieces, maybe with something like knight e2. And now she's paying the price as the king on e1 is wide open. Knight takes c3 is a massive threat, checking the king, attacking the queen. Bishop e2 doesn't really solve the problem, as you take the pawn anyway. You attack the bishop with the rook and the knight, and so you win the piece back. So bishop e3, the computer doesn't like that at all, and that's also what I thought. But the blue arrow is pointing out queen to f6, and that's a great move. As you hit the pawn on c3, which looks very awkward to defend. Queen e3 is not an option. You should simply hang the knight.
Wow. And did you see how quickly Hou found that one? Queen to f6, targeting c3. I mean, I gotta be honest, I don't think too many of us would have resisted the temptation of taking a pawn that attacks the queen as well. But this is just a beautiful move, introducing all of the pieces into the attack. How to defend... I'm struggling. Rook c1 is the... No. This knight on f3 needs to be defended. Maybe you just have to go bishop to g2. Hope for the best.
Yeah, maybe a move like that, but then queen takes c3, you're going to have to go king e2 and pray. I don't know. It feels like there's got to be a win there for black, but I'm not seeing it right away, to be honest. So let's see what Yifan is going to do. She can also take with the knight then on c3. I think the knight should be winning, right? I mean, you attack the queen, the rook is hanging in so many variations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking knight takes c3, queen moves, has to protect e2, and then you can go knight takes d5. Attack the rook on a1, attack the bishop.
Right, yeah, I guess that looks like a nice variation. So let's say knight takes c3, queen d3, knight takes d5, and if white takes, then queen takes a1. I guess white keeps the game going with something like king f2. That might not be terrible as you get two bishops for the rook, and your pieces are becoming active. So queen takes c3 on the board. King e2 is the only move here as far as I can see. And I'm also not seeing a direct win for black. So let's see what Yifan's going to come up with.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have some demolition type moves in knight to f2, knight to g3. I'm thinking of all those radical forcing moves just to clear the path for the rook and the queen to synchronize against e2. But queen to b2 was chosen. Oh, what a beautiful move. You're threatening knight to c3 check, so they can't block. So you have to step back with the king to f1.
Yeah, I think king f2 is absolutely necessary. But maybe she wants to go knight c3 anyway. Attacking the queen, also attacking the bishop. And if you go queen e1, I think you take anyway. White recaptures, you take here with a check. And that's what she's going for. I think she's doing this perfectly.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game from Hou Yifan there. Queen to e1, right, rook takes bishop. Now you can take on a1. You've collected material. Queen to b2 check is a lovely dodge of the rook, and now you can just develop the knight so that you don't get checkmated on e8.
Yeah, knight d7, nice move. Stopping queen e8 checkmate. All right, so yeah, and there we have it on the board. And the white king, I mean, for the moment, it's not getting checkmated. It's definitely a little bit out of the woods, but not completely. Like knight f6, I mean, these knights are still jumping around. Knight e2, yeah, this looks terrifying. Maybe like knight f8, followed by knight g6.
Knight f4. Yeah, you're threatening knight g6, you're threatening the bishop. Oi, no. White's king is not long for this world.
Queen takes g2. I guess rook e1 is the last try, trying to checkmate on the 8th rank, but there's gotta be a win. Knight
You can
g5
go knight
instead.
g6. Yeah, and it feels like you have to have a checkmate. Queen takes g4 threatened, so you have to go... Oi, isn't that queen takes g4? That's checkmate.
What a game. What a game by Hou Yifan to even up the score as this wraps up the 3+1 portion. That must definitely give her confidence going into the bullet.
Wow. And there we see the score is completely level after that fantastic victory from Hou Yifan. 4 points each. It started off with Hou Yifan displaying her brilliance. It ended with her displaying her brilliance. But when it comes to the bullet portion, what do you think we can expect from both of these players, Benjamin?
Yeah, I think Polina is just going to stick to her strategy, just play fast, try to get a lead on the clock, and try to beat Hou Yifan in time scrambles. I think for Yifan, the nice thing is that in bullet, she's just going to have to trust her intuition. There's no time management involved, as you just have to move. So that might be to her advantage. But that being said, she struggled in the bullet portion last time against Anastasia. So it's gonna be very interesting.
Absolutely gonna be interesting as the play moves to lightning pace, and there we can see the scoreboard after an absolutely thrilling match. We see the lead keep changing. Polina Shivalova won the first set, second set to Hou Yifan. What is going to be happening in the bullet portion when play just gears up a notch and nerves are going to have to be displayed? Well, we're going to take a quick pause, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, it's going to be all determined by fast hands, fast play, and time pressure.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any Chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Is Zhongyi the most dangerous women's world chess championship challenger of all time? This year, the Grandmaster from China will be fighting against the current champion Ju Wenjun for the ultimate title. This year, she could take it all. Here's why. Zhongyi has experience on the throne. As a former women's world chess champion in 2017, she's familiar with the high-pressure atmosphere of the championship. Her performance in the candidates was phenomenal. Not only did she win the right to challenge Ju Wenjun, but she beat out her competitors by a full 1.5 points. Zhongyi is in top form, and that's obvious by the quality of her games. Against her strong Grandmaster opponents, she immediately distinguished herself from the rest of the field due to her high accuracy. Her match against Lei Tingjie ended in victory with 97.2% accuracy. And against Vaishali Ramishbabu, Zhongyi claimed a victory with an impressive 96.9% accuracy. With an almost flawless performance, the current women's world chess champion has her work cut out for her if she wants to defend her title against Zhongyi.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
This 11-year-old qualified for the World's Women's Chess Championship. It didn't take long to prove that Hou Yifan was a prodigy. At just 3 years old, she had learned the rules of chess. By 9, she had won the U10 Girls World Chess Championships, destroying her opponents with devastating attacks. In a game from when Yifan was just 10 years old, she sacked her bishop on f7, a move which would leave her opponent down 2 pawns with the weak king. She won the game in just 11 moves. At 14, Hou Yifan made history as the youngest woman ever to become a grandmaster, and the youngest women's world chess champion in history at age 16. Yifan is known for her precise calculation and unshakable nerves, which helped her break into the top 100 players in the world. In a game against international master Borja Eder at the 2017 Gibraltar Masters, Yifan ruthlessly sacrificed her queen on move 16 for a positional advantage. Unbothered with gaining back material, she paralyzed her opponent's pieces until she had full control of the board. But her passion wasn't relegated to 64 squares. A talented academic and scholar, Yifan broke yet another record when she became the youngest full professor at Shenzhen University at age 26.
Of course, there are many other lessons I took from chess could be adapted to my job or other career.
Yifan decided to take a break from tournaments to focus on her other passions. However, she routinely uses her skills in chess to help her succeed.
Welcome back, everyone, to the very first quarterfinal of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. The score is tied, the action is hot. But before we dive in and find out who is going to be our next semi-finalist, well, we have a special announcement because it's September on Twitch. You know what that means. Get 30% off your sub for a limited time only. Your subscription makes our streams possible, plus unlocks exclusive new emotes for every event and access to exclusive break time content during the show. Use !subscribe in chat now to level up. And talking about leveling up, that's exactly what both our players need to be doing as the play enters the 1 minute plus 1 second portion. There we see former Women's World Champion Hou Yifan facing off against a former World Junior Girls Champion Polina Shuvalova. Now the score is tied. Anything can happen in this portion. We're going to have 15 minutes of frantic, energetic chess. And I can see the players are off.
Wow, and we see an early gambit here by Polina. She did not recapture the pawn on d5, but instead she played c6. I like the opening here for black a lot, because now the bishop on g2 is a little bit blocked by the pawn on e4. But Yifan fighting back here, bishop g5, knight g2, the knight's coming to f4. But yeah, the players are going to have to level up their game. They're also going to have to level up their speed. As you said, it's only 1+1, so the moves are going to be super fast now.
Yeah, and really don't worry about the evaluation bar as of yet, because everything happens in those final minutes. And f3, great move from Hou Yifan, challenging black's pawn center on e4. And there we see Polina, she doesn't like trades. She likes to emphasize the tension, and sure enough, she just develops the bishop. Yeah, it kind of feels like things could quickly go wrong for black here as we see knight to h5. Uh-oh.
Nice move by Yifan. Now the knight on f6 is under attack, and the pawn on e4 as well. So she goes knight f6 back. I guess now you just take that pawn. White is having an extra pawn here. There are opposite colored bishops on the board, but b7 is weak. The pawn on f7 can be a target as well. I like bishop d5 here, followed by rook f1 or maybe rook e1. And Yifan really having all the threats in the world here.
Yeah, absolutely. They always say that when it comes to middle games with opposite color bishops, Well, it's all to do with who has the attack, who has those targets, and there we see King H8 is a very nice defensive move there from Polina. Rook H5, she has got ideas of going Rook takes H6 at the right time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the Rook can also get a little bit misplaced here. We see Yifan falling behind on the clock. Rook E1 feels like a step in the wrong direction. I wonder if Polina can go for a sacrifice here. Probably not. But, yeah. Oh, I guess now Rook takes H6 is a big threat.
Yeah, and now Queen to F7. Oi, 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 oi. Oh, she blundered the Rook. Oh, my goodness.
That's crazy. Wow, that's wild. I mean, yeah, Queen F7 attacks the Rook on H5. It's only 2 squares away. So it's shocking that Yifan hung the Rook and Polina takes the lead.
Yeah, and well, in this portion, every point matters. And there we see that Hou Yifan doesn't have any time to regain her composure. She just has to focus on the game ahead of her. And she's played in a very aggressive manner, challenging the center already. Pawn takes pawn is the move that I would directly play because, after all, why not liberate the bishop on C8?
Yeah, and here I think Yifan is taking a little bit too much time. Like in Bullet, you just have to go with your instincts and just keep that time on the clock for the critical moments. Like you can pick 1 or 2 spots to maybe invest like 5, maybe 10 seconds, but you cannot tank for like 20 seconds. That feels like a bit too long. If she takes and goes knight b4, I think a good continuation. Maybe now Rook d8 to attack that pawn on d5 once more.
Yeah, Rook to d8. Also is looking at bishop to g4. That's in the pipeline. And Rook takes bishop is the big threat, but of course it just moves to d6. And watch out, because what is this about? Knight to a6.
Yeah, the computer didn't like that move at all. I wonder what the move was instead. Bishop g5 by Polina. She now takes on f6, giving black some weaknesses over there. Maybe you can take an f3. Take an h2, that's what Yifan goes for. But king of 1, the white king is pretty safe over there.
Yeah, it is pretty safe. And now g3, nicely making sure that the king is defended. And yeah, no problems here. Knight to e4 coming.
This looks scary for black, especially with 11 seconds on the clock. Maybe d6 here, making sure the knight cannot jump back to c7 looks terrifying with knight f6 now on tap.
And now you can just simply capture on f6. Okay, we see the rook being mobilized. Now this is a very commanding position for Polina. Knight takes pawn.
Okay, knight c6, the knight's jumping back to action. So let's see how Polina... I don't see a way to finish this off. And knight d4 is a big threat by Yifan.
Maybe you just have to sacrifice a exchange for this, but lovely defense there from Hou Yifan. Rook takes f7, right. Bishop takes f7.
All right, Yifan hanging in there, but it looks terrifying again with all of those pieces around your king. But Yifan has proven herself in the earlier match that she is still very good in the time scrambles.
Yeah, and there you can see that anything is happening here. Queen c6, lovely check, blocked by Polina. Queen to d6. Again, very wild position.
Take, and Queen e5.
Oh!
Queen e5, this is a very easy tactic, and Yifan spots it. Queen b7, but there goes the knight as well.
But Yifan just got 2 seconds on the clock.
Move. Okay, she should just make a quick move. Try to build up some time. Queen h1. What a game.
Yeah, totally. And there we see Hou Yifan evening the score, 5 points each. Knight c3, knight to f6. And I see Shapovalova, she is going for the most confrontational approach at every single opportunity. Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see, although, last game Yifan got a really nice position here, so she's repeating the same approach. But crucial win by Yifan in that last game. As she evens up the score, I think a loss, it's definitely not over yet, as there's still 8.5 minutes on the clock. But, you don't want to lose game after game, get too far behind, and then all of a sudden you look at the clock and the match is basically over. Now it's really still anyone's match, as again, Polina is always playing so quickly every single game.
She absolutely is. She's got the experience in this type of format, and she's got strong nerves. But so does Hou Yifan. She's a 2-time winner of the WSCC, and there we see Queen C7 offering up a trade. Sure enough, the queens come off. And what's nice about this particular position is that both sides got plenty of time on the clock. B5, potentially setting up B4.
Yeah, I like how this game has developed for Yifan. Now the pawn e6 is a little bit weak. I guess Polina is going to go for a minority attack on the queen side with b4 now coming. So let's see what Yifan's going to do. Maybe bishop g2 to h3, or doubling up the rooks on the e-file. Black can always quite comfortably defend that pawn with king f7. So I feel like maybe black is now having the slightly easier moves as again Polina. She's almost up half a minute on the clock.
Right, and she's got lots of moves that just keep maintaining the tension. Like, she doesn't have to commit immediately with the idea of b5, b4. Instead, she can go knight to e8, reroute the knight to d6. But having said that, she goes for it. And a4. Now, the position is really livening up. How strong is the a pawn? Well, Hou Yifan has 17 seconds left.
Yeah, very interesting double-edged position here. Black, I mean, the pawn on d4 is a little bit weak, but white also has a strong a-pawn, knight c4. I guess rook e2, making sure you defend everything. King e7. Oh, she sacrificed. Well, let's see what's going on. Rook e1. Oh, there was knight e3 earlier, like one move ago. Forking the king and the rook. That was what was missed.
Yeah.
Rook e5, yeah, hitting g5 and d5. Again, Yifan holding her own in the time scrambles. Taking g5.
Yeah. Well, hang on a second. Be careful. Oh, now it is a race once more. The b pawn versus kingside pawns. Yeah, rook to b5, knight to d3, and again knight to e1. Or are you going to go on the counter attack? Can you go rook to c3? Knight c1. Nice move.
Yeah, the bishop is on her attack. Bishop d1. Yifan hang on here, but she only has a few seconds on her clock, which is always dangerous with your king in the middle of the board. Rook h5. Nice move. She wants to go rook c5 to simplify a little bit.
Yeah, and the knight on c1 is anchored to defending the pawn on b3. King d6. How to?
King c6 is not over. As long as this b pawn is on the king c5. Uh-oh, she's losing control. King c4 maybe?
Yeah, well,
hang
rook
on
c8
to
is in the air.
Rook c8, yes. Uh-huh.
Maybe it's not an easy position
rook c8,
in case.
Rook c8.
Oh,
she just hung the knight. But it's not over yet.
No.
It's not over yet. You take the knight, rook h2. Okay.
Classy. And now you're going to go rook e1.
King of 3 and rook e1. Yes, pick up the e-pawn, and then you should have a pretty standard. Okay, or push the g-pawn.
This is good. The black king is completely cut off. Oh no, rook to
g4.
Oh! After doing everything so perfectly, Hou Yifan, she squanders the win. And, well, still 5.5 points each. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the match. Oh, it is getting critical for both players right now. And now we see a Sicilian from Hou Yifan. As we see Polina, she changes up from d4 to e4.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the penultimate game, I would say. Like, I think there's probably going to be one more game after this. So this game is very important. Whoever wins this one takes the lead. There is, of course, also a chance if this is a very long game that it could be the last one, right? And that would mean the end of the match. I like what Yifan is doing here. Bishop g7. We see knight a4. I wonder if... I guess that's inviting a repetition, but I think Yifan is going to find a way to keep the game going.
Yeah, and we'll see a check. Queen a5. It's quite funny because both of these players, they've constantly refused to just accept the draw. They want to play out until the bitter end. And 30 seconds now for Polina. Unusually enough, she is the one that is down on the clock.
Yeah, so Yifan doing a great job here, keeping a lead on the clock, keeping all the pieces on the board. All right, so I wonder if Black's going to go b5 at some point, kicking the knight away. If you don't, then White maybe at the right moment can play a move like c4 to gain more space. So I guess I do like the move b5, knight b2 though, and White's going to go c4 very quickly to open up their pieces again.
Yeah, sure enough, a3 happens to support b4, and okay, what is Black going to do? d5. Lovely.
Yeah. Yeah, she's allowing e5, but she's completely clamping down on c4, and oh, look at e4 taking the bishop. And bishop takes g2, great find by Yifan.
Absolutely, and she snatches off the rook, and White's position is falling apart. 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the match. Is it worth clinging on to this position, or is it better just to kind of accept that, you know what, better not play it out, play another game?
I think it's good that she's fighting on. I mean, it's bullet after all, anything can happen, but keep an eye on the match clock. Make sure that you resign before the match clock hits 0 seconds, as then there's no game left anymore. The game after this will probably be the final game anyway, whether it starts with 2 minutes or 1 minute on the clock. So I think Polina is absolutely correct to play it out. But like I said, just make sure that when you do resign, there is still time on the clock.
Yeah, and there we see Hou Yifan. She is just simply putting her pieces on their optimal squares. 6 seconds for Polina. She was taken by surprise by e4 and this response of the Sicilian. And this is how Hou needs to play. Okay, e6. What's the time left? 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the match.
Yeah, Polina fighting on here, trying to create some threats on the king side, but it's just not enough. Bishop takes d4, queen e1, and that's going to be it. Polina is going to resign, I think now. Yep, there we have it. So this is going to be the final game with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Yifan only needs to draw to advance to the semifinals.
Yeah, and we'll see. Polina Shuvalova in a must-win situation if she wants to remain in the competition. Hou Yifan, she has the white pieces. We've seen massive comebacks before. But what will Hou Yifan's approach be? Be tense, playing a long game?
Yeah, I think she's just trying to play a game of chess. She's not trying to force the draw, which I think is the right approach. And I think for Polina, she also cannot be unhappy at all that all the pieces are on the board. And yeah, there's plenty of chance for her to fight for the win as well. So let's see what Yifan is going to do here. Maybe something like b4 or b3 to try to go bishop b2 on the next move.
Yes. And still, it's such a cagey position. Bishop to d3, attacking b5. Yeah, you've got to defend that. So bishop to a6, unless you want to make trades in the center first. Okay, knight to a7.
a7, but that looks kind of passive. Maybe just queen e2, increasing the pressure. There might be some ideas as well. At some point, taking on e5 followed by c4, taking e5 and b5 as well. Yifan goes b4 instead, and c6. But all of the black pieces now look kind of passive on the queen side.
Knight to d7. Well, it's much better for Hou Yifan, but on the other hand, you can see that there's like no material advantage, so to speak. So unless Hou Yifan plays accurately, this could turn around. And there we see 28 seconds for Polina. But
yeah, I think Yifan is doing a great job so far in this game. I mean, she's having a very nice advantage here on the board. Also on the clock, she's up almost 20 seconds. Knight b3, the computer is saying that's an inaccuracy, but it looks good to me. Bishop takes c4, knight c5 is coming. Again, white is better without... don't like that one, as now the bishop comes to life. But it's difficult for black to do anything here and create an imbalance.
yeah, and well, you see Polina, she needs to keep the game alive. She's in a must-win situation. Rook to d6. This bishop on c6 is not the best piece. Rook to a7. Well, she just has to hope that somehow or other, because of the match situation, Hou Yifan just needs a draw. She might take negative decisions. Queen to e3, king to g7, defending h6. Knight to b7. Okay, we're going to see a trade. Oh, but this is getting a little bit dicey here. Rook to d3. What about rook to d2? Uh-oh. And now the other rook comes down.
Uh-oh, this looks scary. Rook d4, cutting the key. What? Queen f2!
Queen takes... Oh! There's going to be checkmate. She did it. Whoa!
And we are going to overtime. Wow, what a comeback. Polina comes back from a worse position, wins the game, and Yovi, it's going to be overtime. It's going to be... It's just going to be overtime, right? And if that's tied, then an Armageddon.
Yeah, so we're going to go to tie breaks where the players play 4 games of 1 minute plus 1 second. The colors do swap, and if the match is still tied after these 4 games, everything is going to be decided by Armageddon. Oh, goodness me. Hold on to your seats because we are looking at some feisty, some fierce chess. Will the players manage to reset, refocus? Will Hou Yifan, she was on the brink of winning the match and walking away into the semi-finals, but now she has the tie breaks. Wow.
And we are off. So we're having another Sicilian here. Polina this time doesn't play the open Sicilian, but instead goes for an early bishop b5 check, followed by c3 and d4. Usually black goes d5 here, and we get a French structure. Polina playing very quickly. I wonder if she's looked at this before the match.
Yeah, I'm sure she had some match strategies, right? You have an idea what happens if you need to be in a must-win situation. You also have an idea if you need to play solid. And here this position almost reminds me of a French defense, except there's no bad French bishop on the board. So queen to d3, plan of simply piling up the pressure against e6 and keeping control over the e5 square.
Yeah, so Polina repeating here with the move rook e3, kind of a silent draw for which is declined by Yifan with the move h7, h6. Okay, now we see that repetition again. And Yifan keeps the game going with the move queen to f7, piling up all of the heavy pieces on the f file.
Yep. And then we see a4 with the idea of going b4, b5, or b4 and a5 and trying to get as much space as possible. But Yifan says absolutely not on my watch. And the big question for white is how to improve. Yeah, you can go queen to e2, set up all them heavy pieces on against e6, but ultimately you're not getting anywhere. g3, nice move, control some squares. King g2.
Queen f7, yeah, king g2, stepping on the king. Maybe rook f8 now. The knight currently is defended, but you can't ever move it. That would hang the pawn on f2, so now white is going to have to make it pass the move rook f1. It's a very interesting game. I mean, it feels like it should be even, but I don't really see a good way for neither side to improve.
No, neither do I. And maybe knight to h4, and we're going to see a silent offer of a draw again with knight to f3, but no rook to f3, offering a trade. Well, that will certainly help white. 24 seconds for Hou Yifan.
Yeah, so she goes for the rook trade. Polina again, picking up the speed. She's having a nice lead on the clock as she's up almost 20 seconds.
Defending e6. And it's like white's pieces are perfectly placed, so are black's. So there we see once again, maybe the knight has to come back to f3 at some point. Maybe she'll set it up with some kind of, okay, keeping rook to e2, because I was wondering whether white wants to get ambitious and go f4, but no, black is the one that is seizing space. Risky chess there from Hou Yifan.
Yeah, now the king is a little bit airy there on the h7 square. Maybe just on g7 it's sitting a little bit safer. Bishop before, nice move by Polina. Trading off the dark square bishops as now the e5 square becomes more available for the white pieces. Queen c3 to defend the knight. Yeah, Polina's done a great job over the last couple of moves, and she still is having that lead on the clock.
Yeah, and she's piling on the pressure against e6, but she's taking some time out to defend f2. Knight comes in. I guess the knight will come in again to e5, or maybe go back. 5 seconds for Yifan.
G4, nice. Okay, I like the move restricting the knight, but the computer doesn't. I don't know why. Maybe it just thinks like G4... Yeah, it's just very weak.
Queen e2.
Uh-oh.
Whoa,
1 second.
No time.
Gotta move.
Move.
Okay, queen takes g4. Yeah, there goes a pawn. You gotta move.
And she's lost on time. And there we see Polina Shivalova takes the lead. 2 games remaining.
Yeah, we could kind of see it coming. Hou was hanging on there, but she was barely getting off her moves. Every time with half a second, 1 second. If you do that every move, at some point you're going to lose on time, and that's what happened. So we see here now that a Marshall Gambit, but I think this variation is very fine for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was quickly declined. I think it's very important not to have these kind of positions where you're a pawn up, but you have to keep playing on the defensive. They're too difficult to handle when you only have 1 minute on the clock. And there we see bishop to e2, taking some squares, offering some trades. White has to play like this, unfortunately, if they want to untangle on the queen side.
Yeah, so let's see what Polina is going to do here. She should be completely fine, but, you know, White does have that comfortable c4 square where she can always put a knight. Knight d7, nice remaneuver by black. The knight's headed to c5, taking advantage of these weak d3 and b3 squares. Should be 3, so let's see. I mean, Yifan could trade off the bishop for the knight. Maybe now rook d1, followed by rook d5 or rook d7. I feel like this position is definitely a bit easier to play for White, as black does have quite a few targets in their position.
Yeah, completely. At least you're going to be attacking the e5 point. But there we see bishop to d6. I'm expecting that knight to d2. Nice idea. Just trying to knit together the defense in the center. Putting the king on e2 would be a great home. And then you can challenge on the b line.
Yeah, I like that idea. Maybe rook b1, trade off the rooks. This rook on e6 is not doing much, because it cannot go anywhere because the knight on c4. Rook b1, excellent move. If you now trade off, I don't see how you defend that pawn on c7, to be honest. So Hou might strike back here right away.
Yeah, she's playing a really fine positional game. Rook takes c7, full control, and yeah, this almost feels like a classical game as opposed to something that was played at 1 minute plus 1 second.
Yeah, great display here by Hou. Now the knight comes back to play with knight d2. Maybe knight f1 to e3 to d5 or f5 would be a nice maneuver. Okay, maybe you take, check, and then knight e8. There should be something, and she goes for it. I guess knight d6, king c7, knight e8 should be good for White.
Yep, it looks great, but king d7. Okay, as you can see the arrow highlighting knight to f5. Beautiful, beautiful control over the position, not letting go of the passed pawn on c3, and the knight is still primed. I'm going to check. Yeah, because you can just go knight to d6.
Great play here by Hou. Rook g7, threatening knight b7. I don't see. I guess you have to go knight a5. Only move, but you lose the pawn on g6. Your entire king side. Rook takes f6, by the way. Your entire king side is just falling apart. A fantastic game by Hou.
Absolutely. And if she wins this, she levels the match, and everything will depend on the final game. There we see rook takes a4.
Polina is fighting back, but great technique here by Hou. She's now trapping this rook, the knight on a2. She still has to finish it off, though, which is never easy with 9 seconds on the clock.
No, but with the knight on a2, you can be comfortable. Okay, now we can just simply take on a2, and this is an easy win. And there we see Hou Yifan striking back immediately. Now, this is it. This is the moment. Whoever wins this will earn a spot into the semifinals. If it's a draw, we are going to be seeing Armageddon.
All right, so castles. Yeah, so... Right, so after this game, there will be one more game, but whoever wins this game will take the lead. So let's see what's going to happen. They repeat an opening that was played in an earlier game that went quite well for Polina. So knight e2, threatening to go... I think knight g3 actually traps the queen. Wait, where? Oh, but now you can go out with queen a5. Maybe she forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought this was the last game. I don't know. The
no worries,
play's been so intense.
There's
There's still one more. I don't know. I felt like they've been playing so many games. Anyway, 2 more games.
But winning this game is big. Winning this game is big. As you take the lead going into the final game, but as we saw in the regular time, that doesn't mean anything. You can always still strike back. That's what Polina did. I guess B4 can be captured. That's why the move has not been played yet.
Yeah. Okay, bishop to D2.
B4. Okay, I mean, white is up 20 seconds. So C5 is coming, B5 is coming. Black is having the extra pawn, but it feels like white's moves might be a bit easier now. Maybe just B5, get the pawn back.
I like rook C1, just increasing the pressure. C5 is coming. And now you have to put the bishop on F8.
But for the moment, black is up a pawn, and white's not getting it back anytime soon.
That is true. And I'm not a big fan of this move, knight to H4, because knight's on the edge. Okay, knight to F5. No, I felt like this bishop had to be on C8. Yeah.
94 is heating up. And yeah, not a lot of time for Yifan. Okay, knight D5. This looks scary with these knights jumping around. The queen can swing in any moment. Maybe knight D6. I'd be worried here with 14 seconds on the clock. Knight E8 maybe, just take an E8, take an F5, and you got the exchange.
Yes, and what else? C6. Beautiful shot. Bishop takes C6. Well, black is self-pinning, so you can't capture that one. And there we see trade of bishops, but this C-pawn, it is going to be the one deciding the game, as well as the extra exchange. Bishop to A5. Queen
C6, nice move. Although, I don't see a tactic to finish this off. If you take with the bishop, there's rook takes C7. Yifan hang on here. B5. Indeed, great move. If you take with the knight. Maybe D3 or something. This can still go either way. Polina having the extra exchange, but Yifan having these 2 pawns in the center.
Yeah, this is still a crazy position.
Just push the pawn maybe. Now queen C2 check. I get the G6 to block. All right, okay. Knight B5. Nice move. Jumping into C3. Knight C3.
2 seconds.
Yeah, you gotta move E4. The pawns are rolling now. Queen D2, I guess. Queen C4 instead. You gotta move, gotta move, gotta move.
Oh, 1 second. Rook C7.
Trade in D3. Trade in D3. Play with half a second on the clock. You gotta move.
Yeah. Move the king. F1.
But then E3 looks terrifying. Or, yeah, check. And then E3. Oh, gotta go
she has
first.
to play quickly. Okay, well,
No,
maybe we're going to say
it's a
draw. Ooh.
What a game. But the evil bar was all the way down. I guess E3 might have been winning there. So now whoever wins this game wins the match. And Polina switches back to the patch of defense. Let's see what Hou's going to do against that.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to be happening here. And, well, we have a position where black has equalized in terms of space, but white has that extra move, which is going to be something used to annoy black. And there we see the pins begin. Bishops out to G5 and G4. It's quite funny because I have seen positions where white just simply takes control of the E line, puts a knight on E5, and just has a very, very nice position. And then we see Queen C7. There you go, Rook to E1. I remember watching Mickey Adams play this position against China in the Olympiad. And we thought it was nothing, but it was something in his hands. 42 seconds for Yifan.
Definitely in the hands of Mickey Adams. Yeah, he's so good at squeezing out the smallest advantages. All right, so let's see what we have here. The knight could not be parked on the E5 square, as Polina controlled that square as well. So she put her knight on G5, also looks annoying. And now she comes in with the other knight, A5. I like that move by Polina. But yeah, very tense game here. If this game ends in a draw, we will go to an Armageddon. But we'll explain more to that about that if it comes down to that.
Yeah, and look, I like the way that Paulina just copies Hou Yifan's plans. Both, all the knights are doing the same job. Queen to D3.
Queen D3, yeah, mirror chess. Rook B8, maybe just Rook B1. Just keep copying the opponent. And Rook D1 instead was chosen.
Rook to d8.
Yeah, but it's difficult. Like, you got to make a move. Rook d2, that feels like a slight concession, as now you have to recapture with the knight. Rook e8, I guess rook e2, maybe rook e7 here.
Why not?
Which is quite fun.
Why not? Although,
e7 instead.
hang on a second. This knight on g4 can be booted out. And, it's...
I think Yifan's got a slight advantage here. Knight d3, knight e5 is a big threat. Or actually not, because f7 is protected by the knight on h6, but knight c5 is a threat.
Yeah,
anyway.
But you allow knight to e5. 15 seconds for Hou Yifan. Okay. And she goes king f1. No, maybe now f6
queen
is the
e6
whole
here?
idea.
Oh, I like queen e6, because then you get the knight on e6, and there's no queen around to police the knights. Now knight f7, black's holding on. g5 maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, queen e6 now. Alright, so take. But this very tense position.
E6.
Yeah.
Somehow this knight on c7.
I was just going to say, I would get so confused here with all of the knights, because you're wondering, like, which square is covered, which square can I go to? Knight b. Oh, the d5 pawn is going to drop now.
Yeah.
Oh, b2 is protected. Yeah, again, these knights are so tricky.
No, it's not an easy position, because also you've got to be careful about knight takes b2 ideas. And she drops the knight back to d6.
But maybe. Okay, maybe b3 to break up the pawns. Yeah, I like it by Hou Yifan. Yeah, she's in a prime position to win the game and win the match. Let's see if she can do it.
Okay.
Keep that time on the
More
clock.
checks.
Avoid the repetition. You gotta move.
Yeah.
You cannot let it come down to those final seconds. As you can always flag. Check, maybe?
Just 3 seconds, 7 seconds for Polina. It's ticking down. And she trades off knights. Oh, I think that makes life simpler for Hou.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was going to say the same thing. Knight f6. Knight h7, maybe? Yeah, there she goes. Great technique by Hou Yifan. King takes. Taking the time. Gotta move.
Oh, she lost! Oh, my goodness! Polina Shuvalova wins the match. Hou Yifan loses on time in a winning position. Unbelievable turn of events there. And there you can see Polina Shuvalova. She doesn't quite believe it. In the end,
what a heartbreaker for Hou Yifan.
Hou Yifan's downfall. Wow. Oh,
yeah, she just had to move. Like, I don't get it. I think maybe she was hesitating. She switched her mind at the last moment and couldn't get the move off in time. But yeah, you just got to keep a bit of a buffer on the clock. As again, the 1 second is so tricky.
Yeah, it feels like you have all the time in the world, that you can build up time. But in the end, no, you cannot do that. And Polina Shuvalova, she is our first player into the semi-finals. What a dramatic match. It was full of heartbreak, suspense, tension. It was like a movie, Benjamin. I couldn't catch my breath. Oh my goodness me.
What a heartbreaker there for Hou Yifan. I thought she was clinching at the very end. I mean, she was keeping like a couple seconds on the clock. She was displaying great technique, but at the end, she lost on time. And so it's Polina who moves on. Who would have thought?
Yeah, who would have thought? Such a dramatic turn of events. Now we're going to go on a quick break, because when we come back, we are going to be having an interview with Polina Shuvalova, our first semi-finalist.
You should develop your minor pieces first, before you get your queen out, your rooks out, before you go and have fun with these pieces. Your bishops and knights should develop.
There's a very famous chess movie, actually my favorite chess movie from the 90s, called Searching for Bobby Fischer. I think a lot of people watching this might have heard of this movie. You should definitely watch it. I mean, this is kind of a really inspirational movie for me early in my chess career. The chess part is also pretty well done. And the big theme in that movie is that the protagonist, real person named Josh Waitzkin, who later became an international master, he has this problem where he brings his queen out too early because that's how he learns to play chess in the parks of New York City. And it's a little bit of a Hollywoodized sort of thing, but nonetheless, pretty important to prioritize your minor piece development. All of this is true. If you watch top-level games, you're going to see these principles largely put into effect and carried out. So again, this isn't like putting the training wheels on and then when you get good, you start violating these rules. Yeah, you violate them to a certain extent, but to a greater extent, you still follow the rules no matter if your rating is 600, 1600, or even 2600.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
You were invited on Good Morning America, and for those that don't know, this is a show that I grew up watching when I was getting ready for school as a kid, so it's been on the air forever. Alice, how was that experience for you?
Oh yeah, it was definitely a really good experience for me to just be on such a big, I guess, television program, and it was really great to see how things are run. I got to go backstage, and it was just really cool connecting with so many different people and news reporters from all around the world.
I'm going to put a link in the chat, although I'm going to ask people not to watch it right now because we've got 90 minutes of Alice time in front of us. But there is a link to your segment there. Now, how was it like? Was there a green room? Did you have a professional makeup artist? Did they feed you lots of snacks? Tell me about what we didn't see on camera.
Yeah, so actually before this show, so they did do hair and makeup stuff. And then there was a bit of free time before the show. I think I came an hour or half an hour earlier, and I think during that time there was a bit of going over interview questions that might come up, but it was mostly actually just I was teaching one of the Good Morning America staff how to play chess, and she didn't exactly know any of the rules, so it was kind of fun, just teaching how the pieces are worth, how the pieces move, and that sort of stuff.
Hello and welcome back. And we are live with the first semi-finalist, Polina Shuvalova. Now that was a nail-biting match against Hou Yifan. How are you feeling after all of that drama?
Yeah, I'm feeling shocked still. After the last game, I didn't supposed to win like this. Although I felt like we were having a pretty equal match, and what I have is to believe that such thing that happened in the last game, they happened for something. Maybe I was completely winning in that second game of the bullet, so I think I should have won that game, and maybe these points are something to deal with it. Anyway, it was a cool match, and comparing to my match with Hou from the last year or the 2 years before, I guess now it was a different story. Now we were going point to point, and it was pretty interesting to play today.
Yeah, it was a very close match. Full of suspense, full of drama, full of some incredible wins. What were your preparations for this match?
Yeah, for this match, I had a little bit more time to prepare. I have some days to prepare, so I watched her matches. I watched her match against Nastya Badnaruk, against Harika from the last year. I tried to see like her patterns, how she plays, and also I did manage to prepare some openings, although they didn't work out for me, as well as the match versus Tan with White. Like that game when I play with White, where I go G4 and was just completely busted. That was not what it's supposed to be like playing in this blitz. And yeah, also I solved some puzzles. I played some bullets, so like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and which one of those time formats did you prefer? Because we saw you take the lead in the 5 minute plus one portion, and then in bullets, it was just such a tense match.
Yeah, Hou is an interesting player. I feel like she's starting slow in 5 minutes. She often like gets to think for a lot for like 1 minute, 2 minutes, but like it means nothing because at the 3+1 and 1+1 she starts to play fast. So yeah, but she gives a bit of a time advantage in this 5+1 segment. So I think we were pretty even in the segments. But yeah, I think I prefer maybe the more like 1+1, 3+1, more faster controls. As when you're playing 5+1, I know how it feels when you're playing. When you're playing, it feels all right. But when you're watching how it plays, it feels like a lots of time. And I don't know how your commentators do this. You like need to say something when we're thinking for 1 or 2 minutes in the blitz game. So it's quite a lot.
It was very nerve-wracking to watch. I must say you kept us entertained with both of your chess styles, the way that you played complicated positions. And we have a question from BJH13 from chat. It says, you had some amazing tactical wins. I completely agree, by the way. But how much time do you spend doing puzzles?
I don't really like to do puzzles. Maybe just Puzzle Rush or puzzles like this. Yeah, just some normal amount of time, I think. Yeah, generally I felt like in this tactics, in the sharp tactics position, I was grabbing more points. So yeah, well, I wanted to outplay her generally, but in the end of the day, I was just trying to make some tactics. But I also did have some good wins.
Yeah, you had some great wins, and we were really impressed by the way that you handled these positions under pressure. I'd like to thank you for joining us, and once again, congratulations on your win. It was really entertaining, nail-biting every move of the way, and good luck in the semi-finals.
Thank you.
Wow, and there we have our first semi-finalist, Polina Shuvalova, who defeated Hou Yifan in such a dramatic match, full of twists, turns, thrills, spills, you name it, this match had it. Well, who will she meet in the semi-finals? Well, we have another match coming up, and that's between Kosteniuk and Vaishali. Benjamin, we heard your thoughts earlier on. Have they changed?
Yeah, no, it was a great match between Polina and Hou Yifan. I think, it was definitely a shocker how Yifan lost the last overtime game and also the last game in the regular time. But yeah, we're going to have the match between Kosteniuk and Vaishali. I think it's going to be a coin flip. I'm going to stick to my earlier thoughts. What are your thoughts, Yobi?
Well, having commentated both of their earlier matches, I'm going to say it's anyone's games. Rather like you, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she did get into the quarterfinals through some incredible luck. And Vaishali faced the very dangerous Elina Rebers, and there it was to do with her intuition at the end. So if I'm going to say someone's going to nudge it, I think it will be Vaishali. I think she would have learned her lessons from her previous encounter. But I think we are going to be in for such a massive match. It's going to be full of entertainment, shockers, thrills, you name it, we are going to see it. And on that subject, is it time for us to take a quick break?
I think so, yes. So, Yovi, take it away as away as we're getting ready for a break, and then we're going to watch the other quarterfinals.
Absolutely. Let's get ready for some actions. So we are gonna take a quick break, and then we'll see you on the other side as it's Kosteniuk against Vaishali, another epic match.
Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
Do you think you're a better content creator than Andrea Botez?
Wow. No.
True.
Okay. Wow. So you are not just best friends, but you also really look up at what Andrea and Alex have achieved.
I do. I think to begin with, they've inspired me a lot, especially when I was starting streaming. Andrea does so many different things. I mean, how can I compare with someone who's DJing around the world and chess boxing? And I think we do different content. So I think it's hard to say who's better, who's worse. I think she's really good at what she does, and I think it's really cool that she's branched out and done things that are so different to chess content. So I really look up to the fact that she's chased her dreams with that.
That is so nice of you to say as a friend, and also so inspiring.
Yeah, no, but I really think so. I wasn't sure what the lie detector thing was going to show, but I really feel that way.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, Hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet Championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 9/10 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
We are back with the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we have our second quarter-finals matchup between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Once again, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it has been such a privilege and full of adventure to be commentating all the action alongside Dutch Grandmaster Benjamin Bok.
Hey Ivanka, it's great to be here today. We just saw a very exciting match, as we see in the bracket, between Hou Yifan and Shuvalova. Shuvalova is our first semifinalist. And now we're going to have a look at Kosteniuk against Vaishali. Yovi, what do you make of this matchup?
Yeah, this one is going to be absolutely formidable because we have two very powerful players. We have Alexandra Kosteniuk, who has a very strong style. Vaishali excels in dynamics. Now, both of them displayed certain strengths and weaknesses in their previous round of 16 matches. We'll see whether they learned from those mistakes and whether they bring their A game to the table today. It's going to be super, super close. So both of us have been saying it's a coin flip, but of course we do have some smart predictions brought to you by Smarter Chess. Matt Jensen has been compiling and he says that it's also close. Alexandra Kosteniuk with a 52% win probability over Vaishali. And look at this. It says everything is gonna be decided by 3 plus 1.
Yeah, it thinks that Kosteniuk has a small edge in the 3 plus 1 portion, but this is basically a coin flip. As you see here, 52% against 48%, that's almost nothing. I think it's gonna come down to the wire and it's gonna be decided by a point, and I think that's quite likely. I think these two are very, very close. Kosteniuk might be outrating Vaishali just a little bit with the Chess.com ratings. I think also over the board they're very similarly rated. So again, this match can really go either way. So it's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, I agree. Whatever is guaranteed, entertainment is definitely there as the players will lock heads. First up, they will be playing 45 minutes of 5 minutes plus 1 second. Then they'll see 30 minutes of 3 minutes plus 1. And then finally, 15 minutes of 1 plus 1. And here you go. The games have begun. And there we see knight f3, knight to f6 chosen.
Yeah, c4, bit of an English opening, d5 now by Vaishali. So now white has some options. And Kosteniuk goes d4, going back into the Queen's Gambit. We see the move a6 by Vaishali. A bit of a side. I mean, I guess a couple of years ago this was a sideline. That's definitely one of the main lines. And white goes bishop to g5.
Yeah. And, well, it's an interesting strategy there from Alexandra Kosteniuk because she normally is an e4 player and she just likes to play very powerful chess. You know, she really likes to punch her way through with great opening knowledge and also just really a lot of endurance. And there we see h3. Maybe this is what Vaishali is just trying to avoid some preparation here with a6, but queen c7, bishop to d6. Black is doing fine in this position especially after the trade.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm a little bit surprised that Kosteniuk went for the trade. I thought bishop f4 was available, because in case Vaishali would have taken twice and the pawn on b7 was hanging, now it feels like black has the bishop pair, and white doesn't have that much to show for it. Now here, Vaishali is facing a very interesting choice. She can go g7, g5, and attack on the kingside right away, or the very simple kingside castles, and eventually she chose the second option.
Yes, and well, Alexandra, she has to generate some plays, so she puts a knight to a4. It's gonna jump into c5, but the bishop on e6 can just relocate itself to c8, and you know what? It's still pointing at h3, and that's something that Alexandra will definitely need to be calculating because black has ideas of now attacking on the king side. Could be via jumping in with a knight to e4. That's why she plays queen to e7. Could also be those kind of slow improving moves, such as, I was going to say g6, h5, king to g7, and, you know, just make sure that the rooks have a connection with the king side. I saw Alpha Zero play a game like this once.
All right, yeah, so knight e2 by Alexandra, stopping knight e4 once again. I like your idea of g6 for Vaishali, gaining a little bit of space on the king side, and also making sure that white cannot easily go bishop f5. Maybe Alexandra would like to trade off the pair of bishops, so the pawn on b7 becomes a little bit more vulnerable. And also, if you trade off the light square bishop, you never have to worry as much about a black attack on the king side anymore. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do, but overall, I do like this move g6. Maybe she goes bishop e8 instead, so let's see if Alexandra is going to play bishop f5.
She has to, and indeed I read a great chapter in the Chess for Life book that was about Keith Arkle, and that's one of the things that he suggests in this particular position for white, that you go bishop to f5, you just swap off the light squared bishop so you don't have to worry about a kingside attack, and then you just make sure that the white knight has access to the f4 square, and you just eventually play for this b4, b5 minority attack, and sure enough the bishop comes to f5. This is an excellent strategy there from Kosteniuk. Sorry. Sometimes my mind plays funny tricks on me.
No worries. Yeah, so bishop f5, nice move by Alexandra. She played bishop h7 first, tucking the king into the corner. Question is, whether that's going to be an improvement for white or for black. I mean, I guess on one hand, it makes the g8 square available for the rook in case black does want to push a lot of pawns on that side of the board. On the other hand, the king is always further away from the action if the game goes to the endgame. Queen c7 by Vaishali, threatening to jump in with queen h2. So let's see how Alexandra is going to deal with that. Maybe just knight f3, just cover the h2 square and don't make any concessions on the king side.
Yeah, she goes knight to f1. That was also on my radar. Just keep the h2 square covered. But I kind of liked your knight to f3 because there it was active. This knight on f1 doesn't have good prospects. So there you go, trade of bishops. And I'm expecting moves like b4, a4 to start making an appearance.
Yeah, and b4 on the board. No, I think the plan you mentioned earlier is excellent. Just push the pawns on the queen side, b4, a4, and then go b5 to create some weaknesses for black. Like I said, it's called the minority attack. Okay, she goes f3. I'm not a big fan of that one because now the pawn on e3 is kind of weak. Maybe just knight d6, or I guess trading on c5 is fine as well.
Yeah, I agree with you that what you need to do is just make sure everything is intact on the king side, and this is why often you reroute the knight to the f4 square so that it holds the whole position together. And here comes the minority attack. Here comes the king side attack. We'll see which one is going to be more successful.
Yeah, I like f4 here for Vaishali. There's no easy way to deal with it. If you go e4, I think black just takes, and if you recapture, then there's f3. And there we have f4 on the board. So we see Vaishali pushing on this side of the board, Alexandra pushing on the other side, because, in case you take, then the pawn on d4 becomes isolated and it can always become weak.
Yeah, and not an easy move to handle, actually. Because if you just capture on f4, you've considered all the dark squares. The knight on f1 is terrible. So you don't want to be doing that. But at the same time, the move that you suggested as well as e4 didn't look appetizing at all because of takes and then f3. So problems for Alexandra to handle already. Which one is the worst? Which one's the best of the bunch?
You can also try to ignore what black is doing, maybe with a move like b5, but black is going to take here. Let's say you were captured, then the bishop comes in flying to f4. It's going to be annoying. So she goes rook c3, adding some support to the pawn on e3. But now I'm a little bit worried about this queen on c5. Like it could get trapped if you're not worried, as you're cutting off the escape route on the c file.
Yeah, that's actually very, very relevant. In fact, isn't moves like queen to c7 threatening to trap it immediately with b6? What other moves could black play? You also got to calculate the capture, so we've got to work out whether f takes e3 is beneficial. I really like black's position.
Yeah, I think if black would take right away, white's probably just doing just fine after rook takes. So I guess this might be a case where the threat is stronger than the execution. Rook f6 was played, maybe setting up ideas for bishop to d6, which is why I suppose Alexandra played rook to b3. Oh, but rook e6, those are some nice moves by Vaishali. I like this a lot. Putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on e3, and also, again, keeping that idea of bishop d6 on tap.
Yeah, and b5 played. Yes, but there is problems on the dark squares for white. Bishop to d6 looks so good.
Ooh,
you
about
could
this?
drive
Bishop...
the queen back.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, bishop d6 looks like an excellent move, hitting the queen, and then maybe just pawn to c5. But she goes queen d8 instead, missing that opportunity. And look at the clock also. Alexandra, she might be worse here with the white pieces, but she is having an extra minute on the clock.
Yes, if she can survive the onslaught right now, then I think she is in good shape just to equalize and get herself a draw. But of course, it's easier said than done, because she has to be calculating every opportunity. What's the consequences if pawn takes e3? What are the consequences of a queen coming to c7? Is the knight ideally placed on f1? Where's a safe place for her king? And there's a lot of pressure on the e-line.
Yeah, it's really annoying, the pressure on the e3 pawn, because the pawn is pinned. You cannot easily resolve it. I mean, if you move your rook, well, then black takes. I guess black wants to continue with moves like queen g5 or queen h4, attacking the rook on e1. So that's why we see the time situation evening out here, because Alexandra doesn't have any easy moves.
Not at all. So if you've got no easy moves, then all you should do is just try to neutralize, just kind of maintain the equilibrium. Just kind of go rook to d3, maybe rook to e2 is also another move that I was thinking about, so that queen h4 doesn't come with tempo. Yeah, you probably should go. You should probably leave the rook on b3 because at least it has the potential of coming to b7.
Yeah, so rook e2 on the board. I mean, yeah, queen g5 looks like a good move here, increasing the pressure on the e3 pawn. I mean, I guess then white can take with a tempo. Yes, then white can take with a tempo and resolves the tension along the e-file. So, then how do you further attack this pawn on the e3 square?
Well, maybe you just wait. Why do anything? Bishop c7. Nice.
Just pass the move.
Exactly. Your opponent only has 47 seconds left on the clock. Why not?
Yeah, I don't know. Queen c1, okay. Defending that pawn once more, but maybe now queen g5, because if you take, then you can recapture with the bishop. There is that line, though, rook takes c6, bishop takes c1, rook takes e8. I would think that should be kind of fine for white, as the rooks are quite active, but queen e7, nice move, increasing the pressure on that pawn on e3.
I love that move as well. And, well, we saw a quick response there. Rook c3 from Vaishali, and the computer's indicating to us queen to f6 is the antidote there, but queen to d7 holding on to the c6 pawn. And still, white has to make those decisions. How are you going to deal with this pressure against e3? Ooh.
She goes rook e1, the evil bar.
Bishop e5! Bishop e5!
Oh, she just hung an exchange. That should be
she
it.
Did.
Take. Okay, it's not over yet. I mean, it's only an exchange, and black's got 5 seconds.
4 seconds.
Queen h5, stopping knight g4.
Queen d3.
If Alexandra can start jumping around with the knight, there's definitely still chances.
Yeah, when your opponent only has 4 seconds left and you have a knight, then definitely keep the game alive. And Vaishali, she's playing excellently. That d pawn.
I think that's it. Queen e2. That's game over.
And Vaishali takes the first point, but of course, game 2 is already starting right now. Vaishali beginning with e4, and it's a Caro-Kann from Alexandra Kosteniuk. Now, what's she going to do? Knight to f6 is the trendy line, and here, white has enjoyed great success by actually just castling kingside and simply just dominating the e-line. Knight to a6.
A very interesting choice here by Kosteniuk, going knight to a6. White can take here, forcing black to double the pawns, but instead she goes knight e2, possible as well, knight c7, because usually you want to develop this knight by going knight d7 to fa, but this is of course also a way to bring the knight into the game. I feel like always queen c2 is slightly awkward to meet, because you're going to have to move one of these pawns. So let's see if that's the move Vaishali is going to go for. I think overall, by the way, Vaishali has been playing great chess. She's just been a little bit slow on the clock. So if she can pick up the pace as well, I think she's got great chances.
Definitely. Vaishali plays amazing chess. Bishop h6, rook to e8. And black's plan is actually to put the knight on d5, make moves like a5, b5, solidify the square on d5, and then what you want to do is you want to wait for white to react. And the computer has often beaten me by doing weird stuff like bishop to e6, just targeting a2, and it's just unbelievable that often it's white struggling for the plan. And yeah, white does have, in theory, that extra pawn on the queen side, but computers are just wizards at chess.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, it's always a little bit surprising to me as well that indeed black has the doubled pawns on the king side, and they don't even have like a bishop pair or something to show for it. But black is doing completely fine here. Very nice and active piece play. I guess the knight on g3 here is also not a good piece, as it's completely restricted by all of the black pawns. Also, this bishop on the Darshar bishop is struggling to find some squares, which is why she's offering a trade now. And Alexandra is allowing the trade. Maybe it would have also been an idea to move the bishop back, followed by 95. But at any rate, she's playing quickly, and I think overall she's also doing fine on the board.
I think she's absolutely doing fine, but I do love your idea of going bishop to f8, because then you would have had ideas of g5 and trapping the bishop. But here you see what I mean. It's like what the computer does against me when I play these positions with the white pieces is it doubles up on the E line, goes a5, b5, and then says what next. And yeah, you're right. It's to do with this white knight on g3, which is completely dominated.
Yeah, I mean, all of the squares are taken away. So Vaishali goes pawn to h4, trying to start an attack, but queen f4. Nice move, immediately taking the sting out of the attack. And I think black's doing very fine in the endgame. As after takes, the bishop is under attack. The pawn on c3 is kind of soft. The knight can always jump back. So Alexandra doing a fantastic job here, as she's also up almost 90 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's a significant advantage, especially as there's still a lot of play left in the position, you know, because black is just going to be playing slow chess, which is just all about depriving your opponent of plans, just being tactically ready to strike when the opportunity presents itself. And there we see b5. Like I said, my engine would go a5. I know my engine so well. I play on my phone and it's like a5, and then it goes a4, and I'm like, oh my god, what am I doing on the queen side?
Right, yeah, no, those pawn pushes are always annoying. a5, a4, trying to chip away the pawn structure from white. I think knight d2, a nice defensive move by Vaishali, bringing that terrible knight back into the game, offering a trade. So let's see, I feel like if this trade happens, then white's doing quite fine. So I think the right decision by Alexandra to keep the knights on the board. You don't really want to go c4, then everything becomes very soft. But now the c3 pawn is quite weak. So rook c1, I think a good move by Vaishali, as both the rooks here were kind of stuck. But now you're just in time to meet bishop f7 with rook f1. And then you can also maybe bring the king into the game later. Let's say f3 and king f2.
Yes. And this is, I think, where black really needs to be focusing on just doubling on the E line. You know, you just want to be suffocating white. You want to be depriving them of active play. And here, Vaishali, she doesn't have too many squares, but then again, I do like what Alexandra is doing, going for a4.
Yeah, a4, all right. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. I think it would make sense maybe to take, followed by, let's say, bishop c2, targeting that pawn. As otherwise, black might take, and the pawn on b3 becomes a little bit soft. But overall, Alexandra is putting so much pressure on the clock. She's almost up 2 minutes at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the knight has to move. Where's it going? Knight b6. Put pressure against c4, or does she want to jump forward to b4? The thing is, with knights, they like to be on stable squares. If you go knight to b4, then you have to think what's going to happen after a3. And, well, knight c7. Interesting decision. Where's that knight headed to? Perhaps to e6, where it restrains the d4 pawn.
Oh, that's a nice plan, yeah. Yeah, I thought knight b6 was the natural move as well. But after bishop d3, it's not clear where the knight is headed from there. And there's also no good way to increase the pressure on the c4 pawn. So I like knight c7. And I think her idea is to go bishop f7 and then knight e6, as you pointed out. Hitting that pawn on d4, which then becomes quite vulnerable. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. She's doing fine on the board here, but she's down almost 2 minutes.
Yeah, and she still has questions to answer. It's so strange, right, that black has the doubled f-pawns, and you think, well, white is the only one pressing. But in fact, these two pawns on d4 and c4, they're the targets. They're the vulnerabilities in the position. And yeah, bishop to f7, rook b8, love that move. Just maximizing that piece.
Yeah, the rook's headed to b2. There's no good way to stop it. I mean, rook c2 looks very clumsy. You don't want to play that move. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. This looks... I like it a lot for Alexandra, especially because of the time situation. I mean, 3:22 against 1 minute is extremely difficult for White to deal with, especially because there's only that 1 second increment.
1 second increment, as we saw in the first match. Really not that much time. And you can't really build time either, because normally when you get like 2 seconds, you can just make a few random moves, and before you know it, you have 20 seconds in your pocket. With 1 second, it doesn't really help, because the physical act of making the move often takes you a lot longer than 1 second. And Alexandra there with 2 minutes and 53 seconds. Great pressure against d4 and c4, and some straightforward moves as well. So Vaishali needs to play accurately. Rook to b2, the rook comes in. How to kick it out? You probably have to go knight to c3, but okay, knight to f4.
Yeah, it feels like that is a step in the wrong direction. Actually, the bishop is also protected. So maybe black just picks up the pawn on a2. Why not? But she goes bishop f7 instead. Also looks good. All right, so let's see if Vaishali goes for the trade. But a2 is hanging now, and there's no good way to protect it. As if you go rook c2, then black takes, and the pawn on c4 is hanging. So, I don't know. I think she's in big trouble here. And also, she's down almost 2 minutes on the clock. So, Alexandra is having great chances here to even up the score.
Yeah, that's why Vaishali says, like, you know what? Let's just call a spade, and let's just advance with the pawn to d5. I like this strategy. She's in trouble, so why not try to mix things up, initiate chaos? The only problem is that in terms of the clock situation, she's doing it too late. She should have done it earlier.
Yeah, but this d pawn can become quite annoying. If black takes the pawn on a2, maybe rook to c8, pinning the knight, so then d6 becomes a big threat. If you go king g7, maybe rook d8, reinforcing the threat of d5, d6 is an idea. So I guess that's why Alexandra is taking her time here. Otherwise, she would have taken the pawn on a2 in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and the thing that does concern me is that Vaishali's only got 40 seconds left on the clock, and I love this idea of going d5, but you do have ideas of rook d2, you can take on a2, you can just figure out the complications. Yeah. Also, like, black will be calculating all the forcing moves here, and calculating is something that Alexandra is excellent at. She can be calculating g5, she can calculate rook takes a2. If she's scared, then she'll calculate rook king to f8, just introducing the king into the equation. But the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking that king f8, safety first.
All right. Yeah, now rook c8 can be met with king to e7, and the d pawn is not going anywhere, at least for the moment. But maybe what white can do is something like rook a8, give up the pawn. Okay, rook c2, pawn to a3. Alright, let's see. If black can keep control of the position, this looks very unpleasant for white. Maybe just king e7, maybe g5 at the right moment, and 20 seconds for Vaishali.
Oh, ho, ho, g5 is coming. Benjamin, g5. Watch out, the d5 pawn is going to fall. 17 seconds. Okay, g5.
Right, or knight c7. The b2 pawn is also going to drop, though, like king c3, take. I guess, b1!
Oh, queen!
b1!
Queen.
b1, just queen! And, yeah, wow, what a shocker.
I was so stunned that I was not expecting that at all. And look, the Caro-Kann was such a success that Vaishali has decided to employ it as well. And now we have c4 in the Caro-Kann. Now this is kind of an offbeat variation, so I wonder whether Alexandra has chosen this just to catch Vaishali unawares, because the whole idea is that you just castle. Now, you can castle, you can go a6, b5, and then you just play to win the d5 pawn. Now, if you manage that, then white's pieces are all in a tangle, and black is doing absolutely well. But white will probably go queen a3, and now they will go on the counterattack against e7.
So queen a3, the point is here that b5 can be met with bishop takes b5, and if you recapture, then your rook on a8 is hanging. So I think usually what black does here is go b7, b6 first, bishop b7, protect the rook, and then b5, followed by knight b6, and regain the pawn. But yeah, I think black is doing very fine here, Jovi. What do you think, as you're a big expert of the Caro-Kann defense?
Yeah, black is doing absolutely fine in these type of positions. I forgot to mention that queen to a3 was mandatory because black was threatening to go b5. And then the whole point is that knight to b6 would be a lovely intermediate move. In these kind of situations, as long as you know how to meet d6, then you're good. And you just have to understand, when do you want to go b5, when do you want to go knight to c5. And here you go, rook to e8. You always protect e7. And then another idea is to go rook to c8 and either put your knight on c5 or you put your knight on b6. It depends entirely on what white wants to do.
Yeah, okay, nice move by Vaishali, protecting the pawn. Alexandra's, again, playing quickly. She's up quite a bit of time. But I think Vaishali's got a very fine position here. I would definitely pick black here, I would think, especially if you can get that pawn back. And I think white's really struggling to hold on to the pawn. Knight b6 right now looks like a very straightforward move, hitting the pawn. Maybe you go bishop b3 so you can meet knight b6 with bishop takes and snap that knight off the board.
Yeah, but one of the things is that you do have to be very careful. If you don't, main moves here are kind of to go d6, bishop to f4 is something that's also been seen, just to get in d6. But you do have to be careful because the queen on a3 is completely offside. And I have played games where I just went bishop to f8, threatening e6, and then my opponent was like, oh my god, how am I going to get my queen out of dodge? Yeah, bishop
so we
e3.
see bishop e3 on the board, but yeah, bishop f8, definitely an idea to keep in mind, to eye that queen on the a3 square. I'm with you, it looks very awkward there. I'm wondering if black can go for this line. What about knight b6, and if white takes, you capture with the queen, you hang the pawn on e7, but then there's pawn to b4. Now white can take on e8, and after rook takes c8, then go knight a4, saving the knight. But after, let's say, queen a5, the queen on a3 is trapped. So, with all that being said, I think knight b6 might be a nice move, but she goes rook e8.
Yeah, knight b6 is definitely the main move, and I think it's the one I recommend. But rook to c8 is also fine. It's just, again, you are just simply preparing moves like knight to b6. That definitely is going to be on the equation. I think I once played rook c8 and then bishop f8 here. But I do recommend knight to b6. You can give up on e7 because of the lines you mentioned.
Right. Yeah, now I think knight b6 might no longer be as good, because after takes, bishop takes e7, there's no longer that b5, b4 move available. So there might have been a bit of a missed opportunity by Vaishali. Now the queen is coming out to play. Like, white can maybe swing it over to the king side to try to create some sort of attacking chances over there. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do. I think bishop, okay, knight b6 now, but what if you just take?
Yeah, I think you absolutely should be taking, and you take on e7.
Yeah, and I'm sure Alexandra is looking at it. She looks locked in. She's definitely... Oh, she goes d6 instead? Okay, so I guess e6 now for black.
You definitely have to go e6. Don't take on d6, because then white will be playing knight to g5.
Right. Yep. Knight g5 and the pawn on f7 is quite tender. You definitely don't want to take out the queen, because then white takes on d6 and on b6, and you're down a piece. So e6, I thought also was the standard approach here,
but maybe not in this position.
Like yeah.
Maybe you could go e takes d6. I know that definitely when the bishop comes to f4, you do d6, e6 is normally a typical response, but okay, maybe not here. But okay, it's one of the things though, on a practical level, it's actually going to be very difficult for white to prove why e6 is bad. And you can see Alexandra taking time.
Yeah, maybe something like bishop g5. Black can always go pawn to h6. You can, okay, she snaps off the knight on b6 now. That I'm surprised. Why not on the last move and snap off the pawn on e7? But she takes and goes knight e5 instead, now creating the massive threat of pawn on d7. But maybe just rook d8 or bishop f8 again.
Yeah, bishop f8 looks great. I was going to say that d7 isn't such a massive threat, because you can go knight takes d7 and then go queen c6, attacking the knight on d7 and the pawn on g2. That would be checkmate. But rook to d8, yeah, just corral that pawn on d6.
So e4, a nice counter punch by Alexandra, hitting that pawn on b5. There's no good way to defend it. So I assume black probably takes on d6 now. White takes on b5. And I would assume that black has enough compensation because of the bishop pair, but it's not always so easy to really prove the compensation.
No, it certainly isn't, but it's also pretty scary for white, because when you think about it, the extra pawn is that pawn on d3, and that's not the best pawns. Whereas there we see the queens are going to come off the board. A takes b5, and now you have to go. Can you go a takes b5? Because there's pins and things happening. Knight takes b5, rook b6.
Yeah, there's rook b6, but I guess just bishop c4 or bishop a4 move as well, just hanging on to the knight. She goes bishop c4. Yeah, I feel like black should definitely have enough compensation. As you pointed out, the pawn on d3 is weak, the pawn on b2 is weak. Black has the bishop pair, but you still have to prove it. And she is down to a minute on the clock, while white has 2.5 minutes. So even though there's no doubt in my mind that black is doing absolutely fine, it's a very tricky situation.
Yeah, and there we see knight to d5 played by Vaishali. She has to be careful because knight to d7 is something that could be very disruptive to the black position. Like, I'm just thinking rook a7, knight d7, and whoops, this bishop on b7 is going to be in big problems.
Yeah, she's got all of these tricks and traps and knight jumps that she can go for that will not be easy for Vaishali to deal with the minute on her clock. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Rook a7, as you pointed out, looks like a nice move. I guess black might have to snap off the knight on e5. She goes knight d7 right away. Rook c6 now, I suppose. Or you can maybe go to a6 as well.
Yep. Maybe a6 is actually better because the bishop on g7
bishop
is
d5.
targeting.
Oh yeah, sorry, I just want to point. Yeah, rook c6 was not a move due to bishop takes d5. So rook a6 indeed is the better move. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, of course. Tactics. Basic pins. Yeah, rook takes rook, bishop takes rook, bishop takes knight, of course, at the end of it. The knight on b5 is hanging. So those kind of things keep the game alive for black. And this bishop on g7 is now targeting this pawn on b2. How to hold everything together there.
Yeah, so what if Alexandra takes on... Okay, she takes on a6. I was just about to say what if white takes on d5 right away, but anyway, that moment is past. Let's see what she's going to do. Maybe like rook a1, attacking that bishop, so in case black takes, you recapture, you give up the pawn on b2. Well, I guess there's no tactic with knight f6, because black can always take and defend that rook on e8.
Yeah, and also if you kind of make moves like b3, you're literally conceding all of the dark squares to black, and there's just no way for white to get the pawns motoring whatsoever. So knight to d6, it's a nice aggressive move. Yes, attacking this bishop on a6. So rook a8 has to be calculated. Rook to d8 looks like it's forced, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like rook d8. I like rook d8, and that's what has been played. So bishop takes a6, rook takes d7. Again, for the moment, black's down a pawn, knight c4, but white's pawns are so weak. And again, bishop d4. I thought knight b4 just win the pawn back right away, but this also looks fine. Wait.
Yeah, in fact, knight b4 now.
Okay,
king g7.
Apparently something was missed according to the computer, but now bishop b5. Again, for the moment, white is up a pawn.
Yeah, but this blockade in the dark squares is so difficult to break. And there you see rook d8. Maybe time to go rook to a1, at least take possession of an open line. But no, king to g2. Oh yeah, knight to b4. This annoying move that always is appearing at white's window.
Yeah, so I guess you just have to go rook d1 to defend the pawn. Of course, not a very active move, but, it defends the pawn on d3.
And yeah, but the problem is like you step the bishop back. How are you going to defend the pawn? You can't.
Yeah, no, I guess you give up the pawn, but that is your weak pawn, the pawn on d3. Then you still have the b pawn left, which is a passer. So I guess that's why this position should just be equal. But 10 seconds apiece, she goes knight e3. I guess takes b3, and it should just be a draw.
Yeah, and if the knights come off, then that's it. It's completely drawn. And this is also a very nice move there from Vaishali tying the knight down to the e3 square. Do you know what? I'm not sure this is such an easy draw for Kosteniuk, because black's pawns are going to be... Okay, I spoke too soon. It's opposite color bishops. No. These are two ships passing each other in the night. There's no way that this is going to be anything other than a draw. And there you can see white is going to stand on the light squares. Black is going to stand on the dark squares. Nothing to be done.
Yep, no, this is indeed just going to be a draw. Yeah, with the knights on the board, I mean, there are still some chances for both players, but now it is going to be a draw, and there we have it. So it's 1.5 apiece.
Yes, and we have 11 minutes remaining in the 5 minutes plus 1 second portion, and here we see a new Caro-Kann, but instead the Petrov defense. Actually, now it's the 4 knights.
Yeah, and we see this transposing to the Spanish 4 knights with knight at d4, bishop c4 by Vaishali. And I think now knight takes f3 is a bit of a concession. This feels a little bit passive. I mean, with knight d4 you want to go for active play, but it feels like here white has a slight advantage, simply because white has a more active piece. I mean, the queen on f3 is active, the bishop on c4 is active. Black is going for this fianchetto, but bishop on g7, at least for the moment, is passive as it's blocked by its own pawn. So I think Vaishali has some chances here for an advantage.
Yeah, I definitely agree. White has the more space. And like you say, the potential to expand. So bishop to g7. But this is still very tense position, and it's still very much anyone's game. It's still early days. So this move seems to have caused Vaishali to pause. I'm not sure why. Because moves like h3, a4, bishop to g5, c6. Yeah, you don't want to allow a knight popping into d5.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, maybe she had something in mind after h6. I don't know if there were any lines like bishop takes f6, followed by knight d5. That could have been dangerous. Queen e2, the computer. Yeah, h6 now, and yeah, but now black's doing excellent. No, the bishop pair. I guess just take with the queen and make it difficult for white to get f2, f4 in.
Yeah, I don't see how you're going to get even d4 into the game. Oh, g5. Maybe this is one step too far, because this knight on c3 didn't have any squares to jump to. Now there's hope. You can go knight d1, knight e3, and hello, f5 square. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I don't like g5. Also, it makes it very difficult for black to ever go f5 herself. And I don't think f4 was a problem. I mean, you could have just taken the pawn. Bishop e6. Yeah, I feel like white definitely has the advantage now. The bishop on g7 is just kind of passive. The knight on e3 is an excellent piece, and you definitely don't ever want to trade up the bishops, as then this knight will get a great square on c5. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I think she's just going to have to keep the tension and just go kingside castles. And in case white ever takes, I think you're just forced to recapture with the f-pawn to control that f5 square again.
Yep. And, well, at least you've mobilized a rook in the process. Indeed, that is if you castle kingside. I don't see why black would do anything other than castle kingside. But it is white. You know, white doesn't also have a clear-cut plan other than possessing the f5 square. So I guess there's also that in Alexandra's favor. But there you go, castles indeed played. And now Alexandra's turn to think. Queen h5.
Queen h5, jumping in with the queen. I guess knight g4 is an idea. Taking the queen. Maybe king h7 was played for that reason, to add some support to that h6 pawn. Alright, so maybe an idea for white is to go, let's say, rook b1, followed by b4. Opening up the b-file. I mean, yes, you give yourself an isolated pawn on a4, but you can follow with rook b1. And the pawn on b7 becomes quite weak. So, just as an idea, but let's see what Vaishali is going to go for.
Yes, and of course, before this event, well, we did actually ask our expert, Benjamin, what was his predictions. Smarter Chess said it was going to be super, super close. Well, we also asked chat. Now, chat were a little bit more definitive in their response, because they believe, look at that, 58% believe that Vaishali will win Alexandra's fans are only at 42% because we were like, it's a coin flip. The stats said 52 to 48%. But, well, Vaishali, she is the favorite, according to chat, that is.
Yeah, so then she is the favorite. I mean, the mystery has been solved. Anyway, so rook fd8 on the board by Alexandra. Her idea is to go d6, d5. So now Vaishali has to make a decision. I think now it would make more sense to take on e6. Black probably still has to recapture with the f-pawn. But now you no longer have a rook putting pressure along that file. So if Vaishali wants to take on e6, I would do so now. Otherwise, black gets that move d5 in. Although, I mean, after d5, you can also just slide the bishop back. But let's see what she's going to do.
Yeah, decision time. I also wonder whether knight to g4 will pop its ugly head in. I also wonder whether she can go knight to g4 followed by h4. Maybe this is just asking too much of the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vaishali, again, taking her time. She's been playing great chess, but it feels like almost every game she's behind on the clock. And Alexandra has been taking her chances. And now we see bishop takes e6 on the board. And of course, pawn takes, as you don't want to concede that f5 square to the knight.
Yeah, absolutely not. And, well, Vaishali getting ready for any potential opening in the center. Getting ready to mate d5 with moves like knight, pawn takes pawn, followed by f6 and then knight to g4. Just targeting the weak e5 point. But it's so cagey. I'd also wonder whether black can play on both sides of the board. So we see rook f8 there from Alexandra. But I'm also curious, are there moves like rook to b8 with the potential of going b5? Maybe not even preparing b5. Just do b5 in one go and then put the rook on c8 at the right time.
I like that idea. I like that idea of going b5. I guess maybe not so much recapturing with the rook. We see c3 here by white from Vaishali. But I definitely do like your idea of b5. Then you recapture with the c-pawn. As this e-pawn controls the d5 square anyway, so you don't have to worry about that. And then maybe you expand a little bit with a4. Maybe put a rook on b8 and go b4. I think all of that makes sense. And at least it would give Alexandra an active plan. Otherwise, you just sit and don't do anything. Maybe white just meets b5 with rook a1. But we see queen f3 forcing the queen trade.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this queen trade, actually, because king to g2 forced the rook back. And this bishop on g7, it's just bad. Yeah, it can mobilize itself, either by going h5, bishop h6, or maybe the long route of bishop f8, and then go to b6. But this knight on c4 is just so powerful.
Yeah, so let's see what Vaishali is going to do. I don't see... I mean, I guess now b5 is probably going to be next for Alexandra to kick that knight away. So maybe rook a1 is an interesting prophylactic move, so that after b5 you can take and then take the a5 pawn. She definitely has the advantage here, but she's way down on the clock again.
Yeah, rook to a1 played. I definitely love this idea of rook a1 because b5 was definitely imminent, so you don't want to be allowing that. And now king to g6. I would say something. By trading queens, Alexandra's made her moves very easily. She's just going to run with her king to the center, let the king do the defensive job of guarding d6 and making sure that there is no knight b6 forks in the process. And then she can potentially expand either on the queen side or the king side. And there we see rook a6.
Interesting move. I don't know what the idea is behind that one. We see b4 Vaishali trying to open up a second front. All right, so let's see. I think black is pretty much forced to take. White will recapture. And then the big question is, how does something like b5 play out? Like white takes. It feels like it should be in black's favor, or showing white's favor, as white would get control over the a file. But otherwise, I mean, b5 could be annoying. So Alexandra is going to have to make some decisions here.
Well, she dashes over with the king. And now, do you allow a white pawn to b6? Which I would not be in favor of. So that's why we see a trade of rooks. And d5. Yeah, the knight is too unpleasant on c4.
Excellent counterpunch. I guess maybe knight e3 here, hitting the pawn on d5, and also threatening knight g4, checking the king, and knight takes e5. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Maybe h5, then you hang d5.
Yeah, that's the problem. And if you defend e5, then you allow knight to g4. So he takes, and now you go h5. Don't allow a knight to g4. And okay, it's Vaishali's turn.
13 seconds, or rook a8. Okay, maybe now. No, wait, not rook c7 because that hangs the bishop. Bishop c5. I think this could turn around in the time scramble as now Alexandra's pieces are coming to life.
Yeah, and she has some great minor pieces. She's going to put her bishop on d4, where it anchors the e5 point. And yeah, b6 also a great move. Rook a7 is going to be in the air. Rook to d4 as highlighted by Benjamin. And oh, I like the patterns that she's setting up.
Rook takes yeah, this should just be a draw. Rook takes h2. And yeah, I guess you just go back to b2. And there shouldn't be a way for either side to make any progress here, like rook b4. Or I guess just
by the way,
g7. Oh, go ahead.
By the way, this is probably going to be the final game in the 5-minute plus 1 second portion, because we just have 35 seconds remaining. So unless they agree a draw, as in right now, then it is going to be the final game.
Yeah, I think Alexandra... Yeah, I mean, it should just be a draw, but I feel like she might... Rook e2. She might go for the win here, especially with the time situation.
Yeah,
King
4
d4.
seconds for Vaishali.
King takes c4. I mean, I would go for it with black. I mean, white's got 4 seconds, and black's got the more active pieces. That's a good move, though.
But 2 seconds. Okay, that's it. This is going to be the final game in the 5-minute plus 1 second portion. It's going to be 3-minute plus 1 next. Rook takes rook. Are we going to see rook a2 with a repetition?
Yeah, some nice defensive moves here by Vaishali, bringing the rook back before black was able to step up with the king. Because now white, now just king g2, g4. I mean, black has the e-pawn, but you should always have enough counterplay with the g-pawn. Although, you never know. With 2 seconds on the clock, e3, nah, white should be in time.
Yeah, white should definitely be in time. Just get going with the g-pawn. Rook to g1.
Though? Checking king f2.
Yeah, but you can just go rook e5 and just get going. Run. Oh, rook takes e2, and now you can go g6, king f6. Yep. And that's it.
White is just in time to promote the pawn. Black's going to have to give up the rook, and that is a draw.
It is a draw, and it is also even in the match situations. Both players are on 2 points each. It has been very close, very tense between Vaishali against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Ooh, this feels like a completely different match battle than what we saw in the matches between Hou Yifan and Polina Shivalova. Somehow this one feels a bit slower.
Yeah, this one is very, locked, so to speak. We see some draws, the games are very close, but we predicted it beforehand. We said it was going to be coin flip, and that's definitely happening right here. It's extremely close between these two.
It's extremely close between the pair. Nothing can separate the two. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we are going to be back with the 3+1 portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
you ever cried because of a mean comment from a viewer?
Yes.
Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I completely agree with what you were saying before. I try to think like, oh, it doesn't matter. It's just someone that is probably jealous, because why would you be writing a lot of mean comments if you're a very happy human being and you're very positive, then why would you go around and write mean comments to other people and try to bring other people down? So I try to think about that, but it still gets to you. I think it's really hard to not have that get to you. And when you have, I mean, sometimes I have not just one person, but tens or hundreds of people that are criticizing me or my work or different things. And I think, yeah, it does get to me. And I think that's maybe one of the things that demotivate me. I'm not at the stage where that motivates me more. I'm at the stage where it demotivates me, but I'm hoping that will start motivating me more. But yeah, no, I think criticism is hard, and I think there's so many things that I hear so many times. It's kind of like the same type of comment that I hear so many times that you almost start wondering, is this true? If hundreds of people are saying the same thing, is this true? But you have to just not let that get to you and be stronger than that. But it's like you said, it's something that you have to learn, I think. It's not something that you just have it in you. You come into this world, you start getting recognition, and then people start writing mean things about you, and you learn how to take those things and how to keep going and how to not let that get you down. So yeah, I completely understand what you were saying before about this. I agree, it's hard.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greet.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
We are back with all the action of Vaishali against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Soon to come is the 3-minute plus 1 second portion. But first, there is something coming your way because the greatest weekend of speed chess is nearly upon us. The 2024 Speed Chess Championship Finals begin this Friday, September the 6th. We come to you live from Paris, where Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja and Hans Niemann take the stage to prove their might. The show begins this Friday at 10 a.m. Eastern or 1600 Central European Standard Time with commentary from Robert Hess, Daniel Naroditsky, James Canty III and Danny Ranch. Use !SCC in chat for everything you need to know. Ooh, that is indeed gonna be a thrilling weekend of chess. But first, we also have an incredible match. Now, this one has been so close, so tense. Nothing seems to separate these two players. We have Alexandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion, there on the left, against 23-year-old Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Oh, there we see the players getting ready. Benjamin, what do you predict in this particular portion?
I think again it's going to be close. So if anyone wins the section, it might be by like a point. I don't expect a wipeout at all. Vaishali is definitely going to have to speed it up because she has been falling behind on the clock every single game, and now she will be getting into time pressure much earlier as there's 2 minutes less on the clock. So we'll see if she's able to do so. Otherwise, I'm sure that Alexandra is going to get chances.
Yeah. And chances is exactly what you need in this type of format. You need to be sharp. You need to bring your A game. You basically need to have great instincts if you want to succeed at Blitz Chess. And here it comes. 3 minutes plus 1 second. And I can see the players are off. And this time, no Caracans, no locked positions. It's a Sicilian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so kind of a delayed Alapin. White waited for the move e6 and now pawn on c3. So that removes some of the lines that black can play if you go c3 on the second move. So a very early bishop b4 check by Vaishali, played very quickly. So I wonder if she's still familiar with the opening here, white recapturing with the queen. And sooner or later, black is going to go d6 to undermine that pawn on e5. So let's see if Vaishali is going to do so here. But maybe she can also castle first.
Yeah, I expect Vaishali to probably play d6. She has such a dynamic style. And one thing that I've noticed with this new generation of Indian players is that they play the most active, the most critical moves as quickly as possible. So like here, knight c3, potentially threatening knight to e4. I was expecting d6, but nope. She allows knight to e4. Now a massive threat of a knight to d6, so you have to castle. Bishop d3.
Yeah, and bishop... Okay, so let's see what Vaishali is going to do here. Now she has the option, though, to play a move like, I don't know, knight e7. So that in case white plays knight d6, you have the option of going bishop takes f3. She goes f5 instead. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. She can jump in with the knight on d6. I think en passant isn't too dangerous. Black just recaptures with the knight and should be doing fine there.
Yeah, and there we see knight to d6. Interesting, because my instinct was to take that pawn on f6. I'm like, wow, how can you open up the position like that? But yeah, it's much better to live with a knight on d6, the Kraken knight. I mean, what a beast to have lodged in that square.
Right, and that's why Vaishali goes knight to c7. I think she wants to go knight e8, and there we have it, a trade of the knight. And now Alexandra is going to have to make a decision. Is she going to allow Vaishali to take? Then she'll get double isolated pawns, but she will also get the e5 square for her knight. So it might make sense to keep it there. I think if you trade on the 8, black should be doing quite fine. Black also has a pretty nice knight herself on the d5 square. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. Maybe you can make a case for doubling up on the c file, but she goes knight b5 instead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, well, what's going to happen to that knight once it gets booted out of that square? And sure enough, it's bounced around the board. And knight c7 is a great move, you know, threatening knight takes knight, or meaning that once knight takes knight happens from white's end, you can just recapture on d5. And this knight on f3, not doing anything.
Yeah, and I also don't see an easy way to reroute that knight. We see the move a3 by Alexandra. Maybe she wants to go rook c2 and rook c1, and she doesn't want to worry about the move knight b4. See queen e7 by Vaishali. Alright, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. Knight e2,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this knight on f3, why not just put it on e1, d3, and then think? Okay,
but I like
C2.
what she's doing here, because I feel like these two knights on d5 and c7 are kind of stepping on each other's toes. They both want to be on the d5 square, and now if white is able to go rook c1 on the next move, there's actually a pretty unpleasant pin on the c file. So maybe Vaishali should consider moving the knight, but moving it, let's say, to a8 or b5, both look a little bit clumsy. So I like what Alexandra's done here.
Yeah, definitely. I like this as well. Why not mobilize the rooks? They are, after all, worth more than the knights. Knight to b5, rook c1. And if you take with rooks, then you've just conceded the c line. And then you can get on with this plan of going knight to e1, knight to d3, booting this knight away from b5. It kind of feels like this is a position where you can slowly build up. And Vaishali under the minute. And there you see trade of rooks. Knight c7.
So yeah, so we're seeing more of what we saw in the 5+1 portion. Alexandra, again, playing faster, getting that lead on the clock. h4, gaining some space on the king side. Maybe just h6 here by Vaishali. I don't think h5 is too worrisome, as the pawn can easily become weak. It's a very cagey position, but maybe a move like queen c1 can be a little bit annoying for black to deal with at the right moment. As, again, the knight on c7 is liking a comfortable square, and there we have it by Alexandra.
Yep, you spoke and she answered. Queen to d8 needs to be played in order to hold this blockade that Vaishali has been building. Just 23 seconds, and wow, but okay, I was thinking a4 was going to be a good response to this, but instead white can play knight to f4.
Yeah, knight f4 would have been a nice move, because I think the idea after a4 is to go knight e7, followed by knight c6, but had she played knight f4 first, she could have maybe traded off the knight quickly, and then get that rook to c7 very quickly. But here, queen c4, it feels like black should be doing fine. Maybe just queen a8 or knight c7 and defend everything again.
But can she hold her nerve? She only has 12 seconds, whereas Alexandra has nearly a minute advantage over this, and she's maneuvering her knights. And the thing is about Alexandra's position is that she has the potential to suddenly start working her magic on the king side, as well as putting a knight onto d6. Queen c4.
c6, okay, we see a trade, which the computer favors for white, but it's so difficult to come up with a plan for either side. So knight c4, king f7. I guess now, yeah, bring the king to the middle. I like Alexandra's chances, mainly because of the time, because it's so difficult to find a plan for either player here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like g3. What else? What was played? Knight c3.
Take a knight d5? Or take a knight d5, but it was...
Oh, hang on a second. Knight d6. And now you can go knight to a4, right? Knight to a4, threaten. Okay, b5. Oi, 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 those squares are appearing, and suddenly knight to d5. One pawn goes, but then the a6 pawn drops.
She's just in time with knight b4 here to defend the pawn. She was knight b8, also a good move. But I guess this should just be a draw. King d7, I guess knight b4, and you go d5 quickly to create a pass pawn yourself. You gotta move. Knight b4, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah, but this is not so comfortable for black, because white just advances in the center, and then, hang on a second, some maneuvering going on. I'm just wondering, when does white... And there it comes. Knight, but here you got to be careful.
I like what Vaishali is doing here. b4, I thought looked very scary. King b6. Apparently there's a way here from... Oh, that's a great remaneuvering. Let's see, c5. Now king d3. Wait, black's in Zugzwang. If you move the king, king c4.
Oh!
C4.
She goes for the g-pawn. And there we see Alexandra wins on time. She now has a 1-point lead, 3 against 2, and Vaishali has the white pieces. Yeah, Vaishali just too slow there in the end, and going for knight c6. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, very close game, but overall, Kosteniuk did a good job of always keeping an edge on the clock, always keeping that pressure on Vaishali, and she also created some problems at the very end. And yeah, it's difficult to manage when you only have 2 seconds.
Yep, and well, there we see the knight come back to e1. Expecting c5. Okay, that's why c3 was played.
Oh, wow. We see a very early h5 by Alexandra. I like it. Maybe just knight e4 here, reinforce that h4 push. And now, I mean, if you go h4, maybe just g5, just blast everything open on the king side. Just go for it. Come on. No.
Yeah, don't chicken out. Go forward. I like that. But I never knew it was actually possible to play like this Jabava London with colors reversed. I thought it was very much...
I was just going to say, but you've done years of commentary with Simon Williams. You would always say, like, oh, just push Harry, push Harry.
Yeah, I tell you, as a result of that, now I'm like, whenever I'm stuck with a plan, I'm just like, yeah, just push a H pawn. It will figure itself out eventually. But yeah, it's very, very interesting here. Queen to b3, attacking b7, rook to b8. And the big question, though, is what is black going to be doing? Like, how to make progress.
I'm really disappointed that g5 was not played, because, I mean, I guess, yeah, now you have to go kingside castles, and now the pawn on h5 might be a bit of a liability, although not so much, but I feel like white's pieces are slightly better places. Knight on c6 is slightly awkward. White's having some pressure here on the c7 pawn. I feel, yeah, and there we have kingside castles. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do here.
Yeah. Well, now she has to start the big unravel, right? So I like knight to e5. And then all you need to do is maybe bishop. The knight takes. Yeah, knight takes was what I would really want to do with white, is just boot this knight away from e4. I don't like it. Okay. Now that was surprising me. Because now white feels like they have a very comfortable position. You can go c4 when you want to. Okay, so queen to a3. Uh-huh.
I like queen a3, hitting the knight. Okay, now you don't take because rook a8 traps the queen, but maybe b4, as the engine is pointing out. Knight d7, and then maybe you can take rook d1. Excellent move as well, activating the rook. Queen c8. I guess maybe now b4 can be met with queen a6. It feels like white should be better because the bishop pair, but for the moment the position is fairly close still. So maybe Alexandra has a clever way here to reroute her pieces. Maybe queen a6 right away, or if you want to keep the queens on the board, you can also go a5 first.
Yeah, queen to b2, nicely protecting e2. And here, you kind of feel like you want to be trying to menace something on the king side. I don't know how. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe like bishop to g5 at the right time. I kind of want to get f3, g4 going. Push those pawns.
Yeah, or maybe just go bishop f3. Attack that pawn on h5 and ask black how they... I like this move. Attack the pawn on h5 and asking black how they defend it. You don't want to go g6, as that's going to weaken all of the dark squares, and you don't have dark square bishop. So I think bishop g6 a much better defensive move. So let's see what Vaishali is going to do here. Maybe c4 at the right moment, although I guess black just takes and then puts rook on the d-file. Again, Vaishali doing well on the board, but she's now 40 seconds on the clock.
Right. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is that if you want to strike, maybe now is the time, because otherwise f6 could be in the air. But that's why Vaishali just played g4. Okay, it's again a very gutsy move, threatening h5, h6. White is having all the fun there. How does black defend, especially with the queen out there on an adventure on b5?
I don't know. Yeah, it's not easy to deal with at all. It looks like white is having a much easier time navigating their pieces to the king side. Like you said, h5, h6 to try to carve out some weak dark squares, or maybe like king. I'd say especially now h5, h6 looks very appealing with that king on h8. And there she goes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, give it an X, but we disregard the engine. h5 can never be a bad move. Bishop h7, king g2, h6. I love h6, then forcing black to play rook to g8.
I think that's her idea. I think she wants to go rook g8, because you don't want to go g6, because then you just bury your bishop alive.
Mm-hmm. 30 seconds for Vaishali, and the position is still massively complicated. King h2, also fine, despite what the engine is saying. 50 seconds for Kosteniuk. And now this game just feels like anything can happen. Yeah, queen to e8. I like this move because maybe you're going to get ideas of queen to e7. Watch out. Queen h4 is in the air. Oi.
That is a big threat indeed. Bishop h3 was played. Okay, maybe now is a good time. Okay, 94 apparently is what the angel wants. I guess f6. Okay, 94, she's hitting the pawn. And if you go f3, oh wait, can you... Oh, look at this c5 attacking the rook. And if you go to d1, then there's knight f2. Uh-oh. And
Yes.
Queen h4. Oh, Queen h4 as well.
Yeah, there's so many good moves, and 8 seconds for Vaishali. She's lost control.
Queen h4.
Queen h4.
Yeah.
You can also go knight takes
Computer
bishop
agrees.
and bishop f5, but no need for fancy play. Oh, queen takes.
Queen h4. The
4
queen is
seconds.
not getting trapped. It can all and yeah. Bishop f5 to simplify a little bit. Looks like a nice move to me. Rook g3, only move. She still has to win this one. It's not over yet.
Yeah, somehow Vaishali is surviving with every instinct that she has. And now 15 seconds for Alexandra. Maybe f6?
Okay, d4 was played, c4 by Vaishali. They keep it close. Okay, 9 seconds now for Kosteniuk. d8.
D8, yeah. This is not so easy now.
Uh-oh. Take
Oh,
rook g8.
oh,
Rook.
oh. What is happening here? It's deadlock.
Rook takes c4. I still like Alexandra's chances here practically with the more active. Maybe king h7, just step the king up.
Yeah, but also she can start collecting pawns. She can take on e5, king h7. Oh, this is now not so easy.
Great defensive moves here. Oh, and king takes d3. There goes the pawn. Queen e4.
Yeah.
Queen e4. Queen e4.
Queen e4. And the white
And
pawns are
the
untouchable.
Yeah, great win for Vaishali. Wow, what a game. What a game. I mean, great game by both players. But overall, it's Vaishali who turns it around in the time scramble.
Yeah, and she equalizes the match. 3 points for the pair of them. And once again, Alexandra going back to d4, trading on d5, and then directly playing queen to b3. I think this is a really tricky idea, where I've seen them quickly come out with a bishop to g5, maybe even play e4 ideas.
Yeah, there's some
e4
lines like
immediately.
that where you indeed sacrifice the pawn in case black takes, then you go for a very quick knight g5 and bishop c4. But now bishop f4. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, it's not going to be that easy to develop the light square bishop, so I guess maybe just c6 for Vaishali and then try to develop the bishop later. She can also maybe go for something like, I don't know, in some positions you can also go c5.
Right. I mean, it's definitely there in the air. You have to c6, you have to protect d5. Then go knight to d7, and if the bishop comes out to d3, maybe then d5. Oh, okay, a5.
Yeah, and knight a6, maybe just a3 to stop that knight jump to b4. She goes knight c7. The knight's jumping around, but even if it lands on e6, it's still feeling a little bit... Wow, and we see g4 by Kosteniuk. I think normally that's only really a thing if black's played h6, because then you have something to work with. I don't quite like it here, because I don't see where the king is going to go anymore. I mean, now kingside castling has become less appealing, and I also don't like queenside castling, as black's going to go b5, b4 quickly.
That is true, but I applaud the bravery. And there we see bishop takes bishop, queen c2. And, maybe you can just simply go, I gain some space with the move. Let's just go bishop to f5 and then take it into an endgame. Knight to e5 also looks good. c5 would be my reaction to such a knight jump. Oh, yeah,
I like
knight
move
b5 is
c5,
covered.
trying to undermine the d4 pawn. But yeah, also I was quite surprised with the move h6. I thought like, hey, white played g4. Usually you played it after black's played h6, so why not g5 and blast everything open? f4 by Kosteniuk. I mean, this all looks fine, but at some point you are going to have to castle. I guess now knight b5 is still there to hold everything together, or maybe queen f2 to defend both d4 and f4.
Yeah, you definitely have to hold on to those 2 pawns that are under fire, because they are the stronghold in the white positions. So queen f2, yeah, I'm wondering whether white can get away with castling kingside, because castling queenside just feels like a step too far. And okay, now knight takes e4. and then just let the pawn on d4 fall and say it is what it is. And that's exactly what Alexandra's done.
Mm-hmm. All right, so if Vaishali takes with the knight here, rook d1 looks like a very unpleasant pin. So maybe you take with the queen, but I feel like white should be doing pretty fine in the endgame. Just take. Maybe move the rook to d1 or play king f2. And this bishop on e4 is definitely more active than the bishop on c8. And the knight on e5 also a very active piece.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of this quote I once heard from Grishuk, where he said that he had a dreadful middle game where, you know, his king was being attacked in the center, and he said he just kept the game alive by just going, well, my king is a terrible middle game king, but it's a good end game king. And that's certainly the case here. And there you see rook d1. Knight has to move.
I guess you move it at b3, although, no, it does hang the pawn on b7, so I like Alexandra's chances here. Rook d8, then king e3, and Alexandra also is up a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and there we see that she is offering up a pawn, which I do believe that you shouldn't take. Well, I say that and it happens. I wasn't a big fan of this because I just thought that black was going to get active.
Right, but, you know, Kosteniuk is keeping up the pace. That's very important. Bishop e3, attacking the rook. All right, so now either rook c1 maybe or rook d3. Let's see. Oh, she goes rook d2. Also possible. Aiming to bring the other rook into the game, rook c1 next.
Yeah. And I guess Vaishali's idea is just simply she wants to wedge that bishop on b3 just by going rook to b8 and then backing it up with a4. And yes, white is a pawn up, but it's really not much of a pawn. It's not mobile at all. 31 seconds though for Vaishali, and Alexandra 1 minute ahead. Okay, now a4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, but rook b5, definitely a nice move by Alexandra. Trading off a pair of rooks, as that's definitely gonna, you know, make it easier for her to try to convert the extra pawn. I think she's doing a great job in this game. She's up a pawn, she's up a minute on the clock. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah, 20 seconds there for Vaishali. Vaishali being a pawn down, and Alexandra mobilizing the king. It's not an easy position at all. A g6, that was f6 though, and the black king is in a mating net.
Right, rook d4 played instead. Okay, rook e7 check. Okay, that's an annoying move. You don't really want to go to f4, do the rook e2. So maybe you're going to have to take a step back. Knight e4 is a move as well. Let's see what she's going to go for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, choices. King to d2.
Yeah,
what's wrong with f6? I guess you're just going to go g5.
Yeah, g5, king g6. Now the pawn on f6 is a weakness. I think that was a big mistake by Alexandra. Maybe knight f5 though, quickly. Try to trade off the rooks, hit the bishop. But I think she could have timed this better to really lock in that king on h7. Now it's just coming out with king g6.
Yeah, and now you see knight to e4. Oh, interesting, there was no trade. 11 seconds.
Oh, that's a tricky move. Setting up rook g8 or rook g7.
Oh, it's coming.
D6, okay. Okay, check. Maybe
and
knight
now
d6.
knight to d6.
I guess you just... Oh, knight c5. Okay, interesting move. Hitting everything. Oh,
yeah.
If you take, and then take on f6.
You're taking on f4, though.
I just wanted to point out real quick that white's got to be careful. If black takes the pawn on f6, then the rook on g7 could be captured. And that might be happening here.
It might be happening. Rook takes f6. And the bishop falls. So maybe she needed to put her bishop anywhere other than b3. Because this is still a fight.
Yeah, I think there was a mistake by Kosteniuk snapping off that pawn on g5. Because now, I mean, I like white's chances though here. I mean, especially because of the evil bar. But I mean, 3 seconds and these pawns are pushing down the board very quickly.
Yeah. And now you just go a4. You can just park the knight on f5 and keep it under watch and key. And there you see... This is no way.
I like a5 as well. Yeah, because you can always go knight f3 back at the last moment. So just b7, go a6, a7, and you're always in time with knight f3. Just push. Okay, push. And I would go knight g1. Yep. Mm-hmm. And queen next. Yeah, nice game by Alexandra. She did a great job always keeping under pressure.
Yes. And her gamble there at the end worked. She did it to perfection when Vaishali didn't have so much time left, and Alexandra takes the lead. So e4 once again from Vaishali, and again we see a Caro-Kann. And now we're going to see an exchange variation. Now knight to f6. What is going to be Alexandra's approach? You don't want to be going knight to f3, so bishop f4 is the move. g6.
Yeah, I always thought like g6 is a bit of a concession. Yes, you get the bishop out to f5, but now the question is what you're going to do with that bishop. I think bishop d6 is a good way to bring that bishop into the game, and honestly, the double pawns are not at all an issue, as Black also has that half-open g-file to work with. So I like the approach, and this could also very likely be the last game in the 3+1 portion, as we only have 5 minutes left. So let's see if Alexandra can take that lead into the bullet.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised by Vaishali's play, because I've had this position many times with the black pieces. Okay, objectively, it is easy. It is level, but it's not an easy equality for white, because like you mentioned, the rook comes to g8. You just start working your magic with h5, h4 at the right time. The knight on e4, you can never kick away. So yeah, I think that this is a Caro-Kann that has worked a treat for Alexandra. So knight to e5, probably expecting knight takes knight.
Yeah, no, I do like the move knight e5 though by Vaishali. I think she wants to go f2, f3 as quickly as possible. That's why that pawn was not captured. So queen b6, heading f2 and b2. Now she takes on e4. F takes e4 on the board, very logical. And I guess Black's still going to go for moves like queenside castle, maybe double up on the g-file. But yeah, at least now that pesky knight is gone from the e4 square.
Right, and one thing that I can expect actually is rook to g8 immediately, because I was just wondering just now what happens. Okay, now here it feels like you almost have to do something immediate, because now king to b8. Okay, rook to g8, that's fine, but what I want from Black is to go king to b8 and just make sure that you're ready to deal with any moves like c4s. Okay, queen to d4, Vaishali trading off queens. But this is a good Caro-Kann for Black. You just go rook c8.
Right, so rook c8, rook c1. White's just in time not to concede the c-file. So we have a very interesting endgame here. I think if Black is somehow able to attack that d4 pawn, maybe like a5 here, followed by rook c8 and then b5 is an idea.
Yeah. That's actually a very good one. a5, rook b8, b5. Yeah, I love it, because you got to target d4. It's the only weakness in the position. h5, yeah. Maybe you want to go h4. Just clarify that side first, and then work on the king-queen side.
Yeah, so we see h5, but I don't know how I feel about that one. I don't think you want to go h4 is going to be a very double-edged sword if you take on g3 and white recaptures with the f-pawn. Because on one hand, white gets the passed h-pawn, Black gets a passed e-pawn. I feel like the passed h-pawn should count for more, because this e-pawn is not going anywhere. White also controls the only open file. So I don't really like this pawn push by Alexandra. I think the h-pawn for white can become very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to be incredibly accurate. Like, for instance, you can't capture on g3 right now. Oh, what? No, not this way. You just give up a pawn. Because I was going to say you go rook to g6 and then capture and then get ready with f6. But yeah, rook to g5. I think it must be some hallucination here from Kosteniuk. Okay, she's just arguing.
As well.
Yeah, but okay, now see her point. She's just simply arguing that the extra pawn doesn't really mean that much. It is, after all, the pawn on e3, but still, it's going to be good news for white.
Yeah, maybe a plan here for Vaishali is to go like b4, b5, a5, b6 to try to create an entry square on this c7 square. That's an option. Or maybe like king f3 to try to go e4. She goes b3 instead, king rook h8. But I think just slowly but surely advance g4, king g3. And sooner or later, there should be a way for white to break through. I don't believe that this can be a fortress for Black.
Yeah, and just 1 minute left. And if Vaishali wins, she will level the score. So our stats have it right. 52%, 48%. Flip a coin, it's anyone's game. And there, rook to h2, king f6 is coming. Oh.
Maybe just
H6?
king h6 and slowly but surely make your way in. Rook f3 can just be met with rook c3, holding everything together. So, yeah, it feels like at some point the position, like black's defense, should crack.
Absolutely, because the g-pawn will start pushing, and there comes a point where there won't be any more waiting moves. Okay, rook c3.
Right. Maybe a5 to stop white from advancing on the queen side would make some sense here. Let's see if she's going to go for it. But she's down to 30 seconds. By the way, the time has now expired. So this is officially the last game in the 3+1 portion. And next up, we're going to move on to bullets.
Yeah. And then, well, the players will have to stop playing these locked positions, and they will have to just simply start rolling the dice and going forward. So there you see b4 played by white, 28 seconds for Alexandra. The question is, can she maintain this blockade, this defense?
I find it hard to believe, but, you know, maybe what white does is like rook a3. Rook a3 with the idea a5, and if you go king c7, then king g7. So it feels like she's dealing with two weaknesses here, and that's why I think eventually it's going to collapse. King e8. I think she wants to go king f8 to set up a sneaky checkmate threat over here.
And it's sneaky indeed, so maybe you have to go rook to c3. Because you can't step back with the king, because then you're making no progress whatsoever. Yeah, Vaishali, be aware, and there you go, rook c3. Okay, but now you can do the same thing again. But now king f8.
Okay, king h5, white stepping back. But maybe now king g7, something like that. Try to create counterplay.
Exactly. I don't see any way that white is going to be making any inroads. I guess white's going to bank on just dropping king back to g8. Oh, no. You want to stop the king from getting... Maybe it was just a mouse slip.
Vaishali advances the pawn all the way up to h6. Now, if the pawn on a7 will ever be captured, then this a pawn is extremely dangerous. But rook h1, rook b1 now, going after that b pawn. Take. Oh, but white also has king h5. Okay, rook a1 is forced.
No, you have to go rook a1.
Yeah. Rook b7 though, rook b7, take, and g6. This doesn't look like the way.
Yeah.
Push.
b4.
I think this is a draw. Take and rook a3. Rook a3.
1 second.
Can still go either way. Rook b3. Black might be playing for the win now.
Yeah, well, I think she can.
Oh, play with point 4.
Yeah, now the king comes forward.
Wait.
And
black
Vaishali uses on time. Yeah, Alexandra extends her lead to 5 points. Oh my goodness, that was a topsy-turvy game. Full of surprises. But in the end, Alexandra Kosteniuk wins and extends her lead to by 2 points. Benjamin, I'm still got to recover my breath from what happened, because take a look at the scoreboard. It was dead even after the 5+1, but after the 3+1, 3 points to Alexandra, 1 point to Vaishali. Wow.
What a game, what a game. Yeah, no, absolutely incredible. It looked like Vaishali was about to even up the score, but she couldn't quite find a breakthrough, and then Kosteniuk managed to win this last game. Crucial game, as now she has a 2-point lead instead of the score being even. So that gives her great chances going into the bullet. But, you know, on the bullet, anything can happen. So we'll see what's going to happen there.
Exactly. And on that note, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be 1 minute plus 1 second, and we'll soon find out who is going to be our next semi-finalist.
Who is your favorite chess player? Your mom or your dad?
My mom.
True.
I'm sorry, Dad.
It's so hard to choose between one's parents, right?
It is, but I think I love how creative my dad is with chess, and I love that he's always been such a tactician, and I think I've learned a lot from that, and also he's the person that's mostly taught me openings. My mom is just so good at being so solid and finding the best moves in so many positions, and I just love how she's so kind and humble in real life, but then she's so like fierce on the chessboard. I think that is really cool. So I think I would have to pick my mom out of the two. But this is obviously just in the chess. There's no bigger meaning than that.
I think you are like both of them. Well, obviously you're their kid, but I think you embrace all that you said about the best characteristics of your dad and your mom, and you're such a kind and humble person yourself, and at the same time you're trying to kill me over the chessboard, so yeah, you've got that in you.
The difference between me and my mom is my mom would be able to kill you over the chessboard, and I cannot. She did?
I once played against her in a classical game in the French league, and she gave me a master class. I didn't know what I was doing. Every move was like, oh my god, I'm just getting worse and worse and worse.
It hurts, right? It's like you're slowly but surely just
squeezes you slowly but surely.
Yeah.
I felt that. I know it.
So I wish I had my mom by my side right now that could help me out a little bit.
Rapid or classical?
Rapid.
Rapid.
Over the board or online?
Over the board.
Online.
E4 or D4?
E4.
E4.
Knight or bishop?
Knight.
Knight.
Work on opening theory or endgame technique?
Endgame.
Both.
Face the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense?
Sicilian defense.
Or King's Indian.
Favorite opening as white?
1E4.
Yeah, 1E4.
If you can play against any historical chess player, who would it be?
Michael Tal.
World champions from the past, all of them, especially Fischer.
What's your favorite post-game snack?
Something spicy. Yeah,
I usually take banana during the games, but post-game it's some snacks.
Yeah.
Something spicy is what we prefer.
Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Not both. If I have to drink, I'll drink it. One of them.
Dosa or idli?
Dosa.
Yeah, dosa.
Favorite cricket player?
Dhoni.
It changes. Right now it's Virat Kohli.
Favorite witty chess player?
Anish.
Better player growing up? Craig or Vaishali?
When exactly is the question, yeah? Growing up, I think till some point I was just trying to catch up. She was just much stronger then.
Yeah, at some point he became very strong.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Favorite sports athlete of all time?
Mary Kom, I've been following her a lot.
It keeps changing, but right now, as I said, Virat Kohli.
Cab or auto rickshaw?
Cab.
Auto.
Veg or non-veg?
I prefer veg.
Yeah, if I have to take 1 foot of all my life, I think it would be veg.
We are back with the bullet section in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. And before we dive into the games, well, right at the beginning of the show, Smarter Chess gave us some stats and made their predictions. So let's compare these predictions by the Smart Maths guys versus the reality. So this was Smarter Chess predictions: 2-2, 3-2, and 2.5 and 2.5. Let's see how it played out in reality.
Yeah, so you see right now. I don't know if we can pull it up, but yeah, I was just gonna say and there we go. Smarter Chess was very smart. The only difference is that Vaishali only scored 1 point instead of 2, which she should have. But it did predict that Alexandra was gonna take the lead in the 3+1 portion, and that is what happened. So let's see what's gonna happen in the bullet. 2 points is definitely still surmountable, but Vaishali is gonna have to win a game or two early on, because if she loses the first 2 games, it might be over before you know it.
Yeah, absolutely, because the players only have 15 minutes of bullet chess. And there we see Alexandra focusing, getting ready. We do have to remember that Alexandra had an epic battle against Mai Nova, where she was winning the match and then she did squander the game at the end to mean that Mai did manage to take it to tie breaks. But here we do see bullet chess, and now it's some sharp scotches. D5.
So Vaishali switches away from the Caro-Kann defense, and Alexandra plays this variation with an early bishop d3. It's not too dangerous, but it's keeping some play in the position. And so let's see who this is going to favor. It seems like Alexandra knows this line perhaps a little bit better than Vaishali.
Yeah, she's definitely been working on preparing some opening surprises. And when it comes to bullet chess, isn't this what it's all about? Just preparing those opening surprises so that you force your opponent to burn some time on the clock.
Yeah, but now it's Alexandra who's taking more time. Queen c2, hitting the pawn on h7, but the computer didn't like that. I don't know why. But h6 apparently is a miss by Vaishali. Maybe a rook b8 can be annoying here, hitting b2, and knight c3 can be met with knight b4.
Yeah. And there we see a3 from Kosteniuk. The only thing that worries me here is the fact that this knight is still on b1. You need to play with the full army. And there we see queen to e7, knight c3. Come on, get the guys in action. And there we see a trade. It's a sharp position where every move counts. And I find in these type of positions, you have to have purpose for your pieces. Would you trade bishops?
I think c6 by Vaishali makes sense. Asking white to trade, as it will put her queen on the active f6 square. Whereas if black takes, then white puts their queen on c3, right? And then it's a little bit more active on the diagonal. So some very crafty play here by both players. I think Alexandra should have a very slight advantage because she has the better pawn structure and she doesn't have any weaknesses. So I think she can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening here, especially since she has a lead in the match.
Yes, the other thing though she did have, but now Vaishali did have a small time advantage. Now that's being whittled away. Queen to d3, threatening checkmate on h7. So g6, and we see a trade of queens. And, well, it feels like this is just a draw. But there are some pins. Bishop to b3 was threatened.
Maybe bishop b3 is a move here, just trying to trade everything off. I don't like b3. That looks very passive.
Yeah, somehow I kind of wanted to go bishop a4 and threaten tactics. Oh, hang on a second. There was a pawn hanging.
Yeah, I don't know why Vaishali didn't take a rook e2. I guess just king of 1. e3 now, rook d3. Black definitely better here, but white's hanging on.
Yeah. And there we see the rook. But be careful, Alexandra. a4 is coming. And 2 seconds for Alexandra. And she moves her king.
King of 2, good move. Now, yeah, this should just be headed to a draw. I guess, yeah, just rook c3, hit the c-pawn, then maybe, or just advance the a-pawn. I don't think something shocking is going to happen here. Yeah, just take on c4. And then the question is Alexandra going to milk the clock? I think she should. There's still 3 pawns. You can still maybe milk another minute or so off the clock here.
For sure. Yes, of course, because when it comes to the overall match strategy, I mean, she is 2 points up. Yeah, completely. She could play for another 100 moves. And there you see king h2.
Right, so the question is, does she realize that she can milk the clock here, or is she just going to move back and forth? Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be that easy to milk a lot of time off, because there's very limited moves, very limited material. But, maybe you move around. Maybe you go like rook d8 to g8, and then after king h5 you go f2, f4. And, you can extend the game a little bit that way.
Yeah, well, she could definitely go on a journey with the rook, You could easily make this a 200 move game.
Right. Yeah, and she should. She's already shaved a minute off the clock. King e3 by Vaishali. Okay, rook a4. I don't know how you defend the pawn now.
You
take
don't.
rook g1. Play with 1 second. You gotta move.
Oh, yeah. If you're going to milk the clock, at least don't lose on time. Okay, so there, okay, draw by repetition. And 10 minutes remaining in this competition. And there we see Vaishali begins with the white pieces. It is another 4 knights, and out comes the bishop. We've seen this before.
So kingside castles. I think here, yeah, c6 is a fine move for black. Maybe now like b5, gaining some more space. d6 also possible. Black is taking a bit of a Philidor-ish approach. h3 by white, stopping bishop g4. I think here, this line is very fine for black. Just a5, and now just take on b3, go b4, and what is there not to like about the black position?
I love the black position. After all, but she took the knight. I thought she'd take the bishop. It's the most aggressive piece.
Yeah, take the bishop, shatter white's pawn structure. Looked great to me, but instead she developed the white queen, kept the pawn structure intact. I feel like now Vaishali has some nice attacking chances here. Maybe like knight g3, move the queen back, or queen g3 right away, followed by a 4.
Yeah, well, bishop h6 is going to be met by knight to h5, but f4, as you mentioned, that is dangerous. Oh, everything is piling up on f7. Knight, okay, queen f3. Attack the knight.
Yeah, okay, so I guess knight takes f4 is going to... I don't like that move. Just take an e5 now, followed by queen g3. Knight g3 possible as well.
And Vaishali, massive time advantage there. 40 seconds to 24 seconds. And Alexandra, bishop e6. f5.
All right, maybe just queen d7, so that you can recapture the queen, but it definitely looks more pleasant for white. All of those pawns on the queen side are fixed on the dark shores for black. Rook f7. Good move, though. She wants to go rook f8, then maybe bishop d8. And black is still very solid.
Yes, but it's the time situation that is worrisome. And there we see king h8. There's so many tactical possibilities along the f line. Knight g8. And okay, g6. Knight takes bishop. Knight to h6. Knight takes bishop is the move recommended by the engine, as we see.
Oh, but bishop g5 here? What about bishop g5? Because you cannot take that bishop. Oh, wait, but can you take an f3? You can take an f3 maybe, because if you take the queen, then black takes an f1. Okay, she takes an f7. Maybe she should have... Okay, well. Anyway, for the moment the material is even, but that a5 pawn can always be weak.
Yeah, and the thing is, queen to e8 was unnecessary because otherwise the white queen was entering the fray. And some great defensive moves there from Kosteniuk, just making sure that the position remains locked up. If the queens get traded off, this is just simply a draw. But now, whoa, h5, considering the g5 square, this pawn on a5, it's so sensitive. Bishop to d8.
I don't like the move h5 at all. I didn't understand why not just queen g4, but there goes the a5 pawn. For the moment, the bishop is a little bit locked in, but maybe bishop b6, a5, and push that
4 seconds.
Slowly but surely. Push.
You got to move.
King.
And now the bishop is out.
Okay. Oh, that's a good move. Or no.
Oh, yeah,
no mate. King h8.
Nothing.
King up. And if you
the
take
knight covers
check,
everything.
Check a knight e3 and black's drawing. Wow, look at this! Just a repetition. Knight e3. Play with 0.3 seconds and knight g4.
No, she can hide the king. She needed to go knight to g4. Oi.
What a move! And a crucial win for Vaishali with 6 minutes on the clock. I think if Kosteniuk would have held that game, she would have been very close to match victory. But now, anything can still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. 1 point separates the pair. And Alexandra Kosteniuk has the white pieces. Can she bounce back and regain her 2-point advantage? Well, her knight's being bounced around to b3. Rook to e1. e5. Wow.
Sacrificing a pawn. I wonder what happens if black actually just takes it. Maybe she wants to go like, well, queen f3,
Queen
maybe
F3.
just e4. So I don't think she has enough here. So Vaishali has a good chance here to even up the score.
And then it would be anyone's match. And there we see rook to d1, block the attack. I mean, the thing is, black has the bishop pair. You can go bishop to b7. You can get control of all the light squares. And yes, but still, you go queen to e7 and get your light squares. Rook to b8. No, this is looking like it's one-way traffic in Vaishali's favor.
So F5
Beautiful
played.
play.
I guess you got to move the move. King h8. Again, knight e5 is a move, but it doesn't do that much. Just queen f7, b3. I don't know. I like Vaishali's position a lot here. Maybe just rook b4. But Kosteniuk having a slight lead on the clock.
Yeah, and it plays bishop to b7. I did wonder whether f4, f3 would be a possibility, but instead, why not just set up a pin? Players on 30 seconds and 4 minutes and 26 seconds remaining in the match. Bishop b2.
Yeah, this is a great... Yeah, bishop b2 looks very logical here. But yeah, great position for Vaishali and bullet. I mean, the moves are coming very, very naturally, like rook d8, queen g6, just great threats on the king side. And that's why we see Alexandra thinking here.
And f4, serious threat on the board. f4, f3. Okay, here it comes. Vaishali is going to be in her element here. Okay, e4 doesn't matter because f4 is still on the agenda. There you go.
Knight c4 maybe try to get rid of the bishop. This is not over yet, even though I don't know, the evil bar is all the way down. I don't know why though. This looks dangerous though.
It looks super dangerous. E3. You can take the pawn on f2. You can just first up move the queen, and you still have all the threats in the position. And Alexandra only got 4 minutes. Okay, just
maybe take a rook e8 to try to go rook e2. Rook e8 right away. Yeah, no, great move.
Take e2.
And f2.
She could have played e2.
That's it.
Yeah.
F5. Yeah, Vaishali is going to even up the score with 3 minutes left. So the next game is probably going to be the final game of the match.
Yeah, and we're going to see whether Alexandra can just regain her momentum, because if she loses this is going to be her second loss in a row. h5, h4. She needs to keep the game alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, she's fighting, but it is going to be a win for Vaishali. I mean, a queen against rook is just too much. White's also g3. Yeah, that opponent is advancing, and there's no way White can ever hold this. Yeah, maybe the last game tilted her a little bit. I mean, she had the draw in her pocket. She lost the game. She lost her 2-point lead, and now she's going to lead. She's going to lose her 1-point lead as well.
Yep. And there we see. Vaishali has equalized the score, and with 2 minutes remaining, this is looking likely to be the last game of the match. Whoever wins this one will probably move on to the semi-finals. If it's a draw, well, everything could be decided by tie breaks.
Yeah, so the player should just stay focused on the board, but, you know, it might be a good idea to keep an eye on the match clock, right? If you're in a losing position, just look like, hey, what is the time? If it has expired 0, you have to fight for your life, but if there are still a few seconds on the clock, it might be a good idea to press resign and get one last game going.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's absolutely critical strategy here. But we'll see. 1 minute and 19 seconds left. Rook to e1, bishop to d7. I know the computer is saying that this is an advantage for white, but it's actually very, very difficult to play as white, because black just has the capabilities of pushing the white pieces back. And yeah, as you mentioned, e5 is a massive target.
Yeah, so Alexandra having a lead on the clock here. Maybe knight c6 to attack that pawn. Bishop f4 can then be met with g5. She goes knight f5 right away. All right, but now I guess the queen can move to, let's say, g4. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe castle here. Just get the king out of the middle.
Mm-hmm. Castle is good. Well, she maybe now h5. Okay, bishop to e7.
Some interesting maneuvering here by Alexandra, but she's keeping the lead on the clock. Let's see what she's going to do here. I think she is going to keep the king in the middle for now, because castle and king side doesn't look appealing. Castle and queen side doesn't look appealing as well, so I guess for now the king will stay here. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Queen side castling anyway.
Well, risky business when you only have 8 seconds remaining in the match. So this is going to be the final game. And this is one of the craziest positions. But with the black king wide open, anything can still happen.
Yeah, bishop c5 activating the bishop. But yeah, it feels more pleasant for white, because white is the safer king. Maybe at some point Alexandra just has to tuck the king into the corner. A6. I don't like that move. It feels like the pawn should always be a weakness. I think Vaishali's got a great chance here to clinch the match.
Yep. And there we see rook.
Oh, computer doesn't like that move. Maybe d4. D4.
Mm-hmm.
Blast open the bishops. h5 instead.
You know, I almost feel like black should be running with the king to the center. And there we see, okay, Alexandra keeping the game alive.
This looks good for white. Vaishali should be in complete control here. Maybe like queen of 1 at the right moment. This looks extremely tough for black to defend.
Yeah, 6 seconds for Vaishali. It's about holding the nerve. Queen coming into h8. Sure enough.
For the moment, rook takes b7 is a big threat here, followed by bishop takes a6, and she goes for it. Uh-oh. Oh, where's it?
Okay,
knight c6, queen c5. Oh, taking queen a6. That's it. I don't see defense. That's it. Knight takes a7.
Oh, knight takes queen. And that's it with that final victory. Vaishali manages a comeback and is into the semi-finals. What a match it's been. Alexandra Kosteniuk had the lead, but Vaishali, with her excellent bullet skills, she proves that she is a worthy winner. And there we can see her just muttering some words, and that is the final scoreboard. In the end,
what a match.
It all came down to bullet.
What a match, what a match. Yeah, no, I think perhaps that second bullet game might have upset Kosteniuk a little bit. She had the draw in her pocket, she had the repetition, she missed it, and then she also lost 2 games after that. So, who knows? Who knows? If that game had ended in a draw, maybe things would have gone her way, but amazing fighting spirit by Vaishali. She fought until the very end, and she completely turned the match around in the bullet portion.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible fighting spirit there from Vaishali, as she is our next semi-finalist. Now we're going to go on a quick break, because when we come back, we are going to have an interview with the winner.
Favorite holiday location?
We prefer to be at home actually.
Yeah.
Because we keep traveling to tournaments most of the time. So
Sleep early or late?
sleep late.
Sleep late.
Favorite pizza topping?
Like paneer, like toppling with paneer counts, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, veggies.
Yeah.
Favorite food dish?
Curries. Dosa is my favorite.
Yeah, same.
Salt or sugar?
Sugar.
Sugar.
Window or all seat?
Window.
Window.
Going out or staying in?
Staying in.
Staying.
Dogs or cats?
Neither of them. I'm afraid of dogs actually.
Yeah, dogs. I would take dogs.
Physical or mental fitness?
Mental fitness.
I'm not sure in which way, but yeah, work more on mental fitness.
Appetizer or dessert?
Dessert.
Appetizer.
Test matches or T20?
T20.
Recently, I was following a test match, so I'll go with test match.
Favorite place you traveled to?
Greece is one of my favorite.
Honestly, nothing comes to my mind. As I said, I prefer being at home anytime.
The best match you have played.
Grand Swiss, I had like few good games, like the third round where I bet Garifulina Leia, like it was a very attacking game where I sacrificed few pieces, and the fourth game I bet Mosichuk Media, former world champion.
Say my first game with Lagarde Maxim from World Cup.
The best player you have played.
I think Kamsky is the highest rated I've ever played in classical, like over the board, like in rating wise.
You played Kukesh recently.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I played 2700 as well. Yes, yeah, I played Kukesh.
Okay, from my part, yeah, it's Magnus. I always enjoy playing top players, so whenever I get a chance against them, I'm just enjoying.
Tell me you are a chess player in Tamil.
No, Nanu Saduranga Virangane. Yes.
That was great. Yeah.
Now you have to go.
Yeah. ನಾನು ஒரு சதுரங்க வீரர்.
My king is a little open, and I need to develop my pieces. How about pawn to a3 with the idea of pawn to b4 and then bishop b2, pressuring the e5 pawn? Hey, I need your help with this position.
Yeah, for sure. It's knight d5.
Think so?
Yeah, you either get a beautiful knight on d5 or black captures and gives you a strong pass pawn.
No way, the little guy will never survive without active pieces protecting him.
I'm just saying, I win positions like this all the time.
Hey, coach, we need your help.
What do we do in this position?
Oh, play bishop e3, develop the knight. This is a textbook case of a bishop-knight imbalance. You play b3, restricting the knight, and that sets the stage for a later pawn a4, gaining some space on the queen side.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
No worries. I'm International Master András Tóth. I'm presenting to you Jeremy Silman's masterpiece, The Amateur's Mind. In chess, in order to win games, we need to come up with masterful ideas, and that is exactly what this course is going to teach you about. We are going to weed out the faulty amateurish thinking, and we are going to replace it with masterful habits. And today, you are welcome to start this journey for free on Chessable.
We are back, and with me is our second semi-finalist, Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Vaishali, that was quite the match. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm very happy that I managed to. The bullet portion were really crazy, so now was getting low on clock and was struggling really not with the time management. I'm quite relieved. I'm very happy that I'm qualified this time.
Yeah. So you said you were struggling with time management. We did see that the final game in the 3-minute plus one portion, that was especially heartbreaking for you as you lost what was probably a 1 position. What did you tell yourself during the break?
I had nothing else to do. I had to just keep playing the bullet games as many as possible. And that game was really painful. And going into the bullet, I know she'll put a lot of pressure on time as well. So I had one more thing to take care of to play as fast as possible. And I think in our first game, we had this rook end game. We kept playing, and I wanted to stop at some point, but I think she also kept playing, and I was losing a lot of time. I think we had many long games.
Yeah, we did wonder whether Alexandra was going to milk the clock, as they call it, just keep that game going for a long time. But you managed to force a draw there. And then going to the bullet portion, you had to make up a 2-point gap. You won 1 game. How are you feeling?
When I won the first bullet game, it was really close. Yeah, the 1 game, anything can happen. I felt already good about it. When it was tied and it was clear that there'll be only 1 last game, and I was trying to focus, and nothing else to do in a bullet game, just keep playing fast and put pressure.
Yeah, And what were your preparations going into this match?
Nothing much. As always, did some puzzle rush, tried playing some online games, and this is my third speeches match against Alexandra, and both the times I lost. So I was really determined to beat her in this one. I'm very happy with it.
Yeah, well, your determination paid off. Now, you mentioned that you did practice some online bullet games. Well, we have a question from Sam Mist that says, do you practice 1 second increment with Prague?
Yeah, we try to play some games whenever possible. He's also playing continuous tournaments, so we are unable to play that much as it was earlier. But of course, we play regularly whenever we get time.
You always play regularly. Well, it must be great to practice chess with your brother. Does he give you any tips for improvement, or is it just a friendly competition?
No, definitely. He helps me a lot with many things. Of course, with chess, we discuss a lot about the game. He's very passionate about the game, and he gives me many opening ideas. And yeah, it's great to have such a support at home.
Yeah, it's certainly very useful. I also have a question from Bitan Mandel, which asks, which time control are you looking for improvement in the next match?
Maybe with today's match, maybe 3+1. I lost 2 games, but okay, regardless of the time control, I think I just have to improve the time management.
Yeah,
I think that's.
Yeah, and quickly, just looking ahead, you'll be playing Paulina Shrivalova. Have you played her before?
Yeah, we have played many times. We both are in the same age group, and we have played many youth championships and so on. But never in switches match, I think. Yeah, I saw her match against Yifan. It was a very close match. It was crazy to follow. Yeah, I'm looking forward to another exciting match.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Vaishali, once more on a fabulous performance. And we look forward to seeing you in action in the semi-finals. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Well, that was Vaishali, who showed tremendous fighting spirit. She will find herself in the semi-final, where she will be playing off against Paulina Shrivalova. Whew, it has been such an incredible day of chess. Just a whirlwind of adventure over the chessboard. Benjamin, how have you found this whole day?
Yeah, it's been an incredible day. Great fighting spirit, both by Shrivalova and by Vaishali. They really fought until the very end. They were both down in their matches, but they managed to find a way to come back, and so we'll be seeing them in the semifinals. So I think that's going to be another coin flip.
It has been a day of comebacks, hasn't it? We saw Shrivalova also make a comeback, winning some crucial games, some emotional moments there. But we do have some more semi-finals, as we're going to see that Katerina Lagno will be playing off against Valentina Gunina, and then we see Alice Lee playing against the mighty women's world champion Ju Wenjun. Now, which of those matches catches your fancy, Benjamin?
I mean, they're both great matchups. I mean, Ju Wenjun, like I said, is the reigning world champion against the up-and-coming Alice Lee. Now, some of our viewers might not be as familiar with Alice Lee, but she did an amazing job in the Pro Chess League last year. She was one of my teammates. She beat many strong players. Also, she made a draw against Hikaru Nakamura from a better position, if I remember correctly. So she can beat anyone in the world. And then, yeah, also Katerina Lagno against Valentina Gunina, I think, again, is another coin flip that can really go either way. So lots of action to look forward to. Well, which match are you looking forward to the most, Yovi?
It has to be the 14-year-old Alice Lee against women's world champion Ju Wenjun. Now, Ju Wenjun was absolutely incredible in the round of 16, whereas Alice Lee, well, she had the adventure qualifying into the quarterfinals, but I definitely think that is going to be worth a watch. I mean, it's going to be so much excitement because Blitz Chess, it guarantees absolutely everything. If today's day is anything to go by, wow, I still have to catch my breath because it has been a moment of emotion. It has been full of excitement and absolute thrills. Benjamin, it has been an absolute pleasure commenting the action, and it really indeed has been a lot of action. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking forward to more of the same as we go into our second day of a quarterfinals. It's going to be epic, it's going to be immense, it's going to be all the things you expect. Well, thank you everyone for watching, and see you all tomorrow.